My sound wasn't even on. My sound wasn't even on, guys. But yes, welcome to Little Black. Hey, everything's going wrong today, you know. I've got my headphones, sound is off. Everything wants to go wrong this evening. What's going on? All right, listen, we're back. We're back. Hey, listen. So we're talking to you guys about the Michael B. Jordan situation, and I wanted to have a real conversation, especially as black men, from a black man's perspective as well. I think this situation really is quite intriguing, to say the least, right? Um, because what I find about this Michael B. Jordan situation is that it proves why the Manosphere was saying what they were saying. And I don't like that, right? But there is some reality, and we always knew this, right? What the Manosphere will say is, quite frankly, that women, black women specifically, don't like the corny ass dudes, right? And the corny ass dude in this question is now Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan was the corny ass dude in school and high school, and now he is this multi-millionaire actor who's doing what he's doing, right? And so now this opportune time where Michael B. Jordan meets somebody who went to the same school as him, and they described him as corny. Okay. Now, I want to be very frank to you. I don't think this is all black women. I know all black men don't think like this. And I understand that school is school. All right. Um, but the reality is that this situation is going to highlight a lot of themes that a lot of people feel attached to, i.e., black men, because there's a lot of black men out here who we class as quote unquote black nerds. They are the black boys that, or black men or black boys that weren't necessarily the coolest. They were outcast. They were looked at as being funny, but not necessarily funny in a cool way, but funny in a way of like, you know what, you're weird. This is some sort of validation in a sense. What Michael B. Jordan is about to represent is some type of validation. And it's because a lot of us have been in situations where you liked a girl, or and that, that girl or the group of girls made such comments like, you corny, or you weird, or you can never get this. What made you think you could even try to come to me? If you're a black man, if you're a man in general, you probably know this. You know the cruelty you have faced from women. Women don't like to admit it. And I said, let me say this, not women, young girls. When we're young, they when they get older, they forget that they said some cruel stuff. You guys have heard my stories before. I've told you guys that I've been in school before, and I remember they asked me, who I fancied, and I said, oh, I fancy this girl, I think she's good looking. And the girl said to me, you're like a 2 out of 10. So where is this going? Right now, I've never brought it up to that girl, I've never mentioned to that girl. And I've even, to be honest, it came and it went. You know what I mean? Me and the girl even cool nowadays. I have no beef with her. Would I try it with her again? No. No. It just wouldn't be my thing to do. Would she even look at me that way? Probably not. So uh, a lot of men have these kind of stories, and one thing that we cannot lie to ourselves about is the fact that these stories, as joking as it can be, um, as jokingly as it can be, um, yeah, as jokingly as it can be, this situation just proves that that pain doesn't just go away, right? You know, it doesn't just go away. Whenever you hear something, it doesn't just go away. It sits with you. It works against you. It's like a slow poison. That's what the Bible says. That word is the tongue is like poison, because when you say something, it doesn't just go. It doesn't just go. It seeps into your memory bank, and it has access to memories. It has access to your current residual thought process and your vision, right? You know, it hurts because this stuff doesn't just leave you. But anyway, let's play the video and then we'll get in some conversation as well. And if you guys are willing, if you have your own opinions as well, if you want to come and have a say, I'm more than willing to open up the panel and get you guys talking about it. But let's get the actual video up as well. The video in question that talking about this situation. Let's giddy go, giddy go, giddy giddy go, giddy giddy go, giddy go, giddy giddy go. All right, cool. Let me just share the screen. There we go. There we go for you.
Of Creed 3. And we know each other. We go way back all the way to Chad Science in Newark, okay?
The Corny kid, right?
No, I did not say that. Misquoted for sure. No, you did not hear me say. I said we used to make fun of the name, but yeah, he is obviously killing things out here. How is the difference between you actually directing and working with the same people that you were directed with versus?
It was awesome. It's a family vibe. Last nine years of my life, I spent on the Creed films. They're very supportive. Tessa, Felicia, Rashad, Wood Harris, people that see me grow up, and for the fact that I stepped behind the camera and finally got a chance to direct them, they loved it. They embraced it, and it was a wonderful experience.
And was it difficult for you mentally because you're coming out of a different space?
I didn't know he was doing the athletic kid. I mean, I was staying in it. Is this about y'all? This ain't about me.
Isn't this the sexiest man
Director right here.
show off right here? Who's the sexiest man? Because now
What kind of
who's
question
the
is that?
sexiest man? Because I thought you said you're on the way up. He might be the one right now.
This is the one. This is the one right here. Yeah. See that?
Is it a tie?
Ain't no tie. We don't compete. Yeah, we don't compete.
Two number ones.
Technically,
Batman and Batman. Or should I? Oh no, can't say that.
Superman and Superman.
Superman and Superman. Sorry.
Luck with that.
Okay, so you also are going to do a new film with Will Smith very soon coming up. Is the rumor out there?
Not sure. We're still working on the script. That's something that I plan on doing in the future. Not sure when. With these movies, I'm just trying to get through this project.
Right,
When I get finished with this one, then I'll figure out what's going on next.
And how is it filming in Atlanta?
It was amazing. I've done 4 or 5 films down here, shot a couple television shows, so Atlanta's a second home to me, and I love coming down here to shoot.
Favorite restaurant here?
Oh, man. Whatever hotel I'm in, their restaurant.
Well, you're not corny anymore.
Let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something, right? Uh, the way she ended that tells me even if she didn't say it, she co-signed it, right? You know what I'm saying? Even if she didn't say it directly at the time on her podcast with her friend Dominica, and I'll go through all those little things, she co-signed it because you're oh my gosh. For you to end the interview, you're definitely not corny anymore. When you have personal history, so you're not talking about what someone else said, you have personal history with the person, right? But let's break it down slowly. I want to go through this really slowly and break it down and go all the way with it, right? Because we gonna do it, right? Oh my god, she's still into. And let me tell you something, right? She, for me personally, how I kind of read it as well it was a form of disrespect. Like, and I say this all the time. It don't matter how big you get. When people think they're better than you, it don't matter how big you get. They still think they're better than you. People often don't change. That's why your glow up cannot be as a response to other people to tell them, I don't care. I'm gonna show these people. They don't care. Those people that they do not care unless their life is falling apart drastically. They don't care whether your life is blown up or not. They still think they're better than you. Most people who thought they're better than you still think they're better than you. No matter how successful you are, no matter how grown you are, unless they've grown themselves and matured and had some introspection, those people still think they're better than you. So for her to end the interview by saying, well, you're definitely not corny anymore, it's still a little bit of a dig. It's still a little bit of a dig. That's still a bit of a dig. But let's break this video all the way down properly. Let's break this video all the way down from the very jump, okay? All right, let's do this, okay? We'll look. I like to body language. I like to go through the thing. So let's do this appropriately, all right?
So, shall we got Michael B. Jordan, the director.
First thing we need to say is this: he's pissed already. Okay, yeah, man is pissed already. Look at the body language. It's the face for me first and foremost. It's the hands behind the back. It is a tilted head at a particular angle. It is his body that he hasn't even turned to face her appropriately when he's been interviewed. He's given her shoulder to shoulder. Okay, this brother said you ain't gonna get the fullness off of me, and even the bodyguard behind looks like he's pissed off too. Okay, the bodyguard is almost like I don't know if he's a bodyguard or whatever. He looked pissed off too. Okay, right? He looked like he's doing some damage too.
Rector and the star.
You see that first nod? That first nod told me everything I need to know. Brother gave her the. Brother gave her the. Mm-hmm. That one is not. That's not a. You know when you're black and you go. That's not that one. That one's a. Mm-hmm. That's done. I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you. You know. You know.
Of Creed 3. And we know each other. We go way back all the way to Chad Science in Newark.
Pause. Now, once she says we go way back to Chad Science, that's the problem right there. Right? That's the problem right there. Okay? That's the problem. Okay? So that you saying that I know you back from school times, I have to remember, wait, who were you in school times? And what was your behavior towards me in school times? See, if she had treated him correctly in school times, if she had respected him in school times, I can guarantee you his energy would have been different. Can guarantee it. But there is some, even if she didn't say corny, her energy towards him in school time, in back in her school day, was something that was disrespectful. I'm not going to call it teasing. I'm going to call it what it is. It was disrespectful. Right? Disrespectful on a mad level. Right? So let's go. He said, oh, yeah.
Okay.
The corny kid, right?
No, I did not say that. Misquoted for sure. No, you did not hear me say. I said we used to make fun of.
Pause. Okay, so pause right here, right? She's about to confess herself. So she didn't say he was corny. Those words didn't leave her mouth specifically. He is corny. But watch what she says after, because she's about to tell you what she did say. Okay, she's about to tell you what she did say after this. Right? He's about to say what he did say after this. Okay, let's go.
Of the name, but yeah, he is obviously.
Wait. I know he's pissed because look at, when you're giving. Okay, so obviously you got to be professional. Okay, all right, you got to be professional, but you want to show that you're pissed off, but you can't do too much. One, she's a woman, she's black, and number three, your business is on the line, so you can't. But that "what's up" is telling me all I need to know. That, yeah, what's up? What's up? That "what's up" is like, so now you see me. So what are you saying now? Where's all that chatter that you had on the online? Now you want to interview me. Where's the chatter now? Huh? You was talking greasy and slick. Okay? You're talking greasy and slick on this before. Huh? The bodyguard knows something we don't know, you know what I mean? Bodyguard knows something we don't know. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's wild. Okay.
Of the name, but yeah, he is obviously killing things out here. How is the difference between you actually directing and working with the same people that you were?
Up until this point, he still has not unfolded his arms. Brother has not unfolded his arms. Has not unfolded his arms. Yeah? He doesn't want to unfold his arms. Okay? The brother's not one to unfold his arms, right? And again, I just want to say this as well. I hear you, no, but I don't know if you're joking or being serious, right? He didn't look like he wanted to fight. I think we need to stop that, because that looks, I hate that kind of stuff, because it makes us as black men not have any emotions at all. We're not allowed to be emotional about a situation or show some emotion here. He's clearly triggered a little bit in that moment. Fair play. Because if someone's bullied you when you were younger and you see them when you're older, it doesn't automatically translate you're going to be so super cool and nonchalant about the situation. So he did not act like he was going to fight her. Let's stop that right there. I want to cancel that straight away, because that promotes a very negative stance towards black men. As soon as we show any type of emotion, You're promoting the same thing that you hate black men for when we're not being emotional. And I'm not gonna have that. So let's stop that and park that bus right there. Just for me personally, I'm very protective now. I'm trying to be protective of women and men. And sometimes I feel like women run a rhetoric and they don't realize it. That's exactly what we're talking about. There was nothing in that was aggressive. Him saying he's gonna try and fight her in any of his body language. He's tense. He's frustrated. He probably doesn't like this woman. Nothing about that. But let's not do that. Let's really not run that, Lenina. Let's not. Yeah. Sorry, I just don't like that. I don't really like that kind of stuff. When we try to now make him that he wanted to fight a woman because of what she said. No, he was angry. He was annoyed. Right? He's annoyed. He doesn't want to fight her. Let's chill on that, man. Okay. Right? Let's chill on that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. All right, cool. So so then obviously, yeah. So obviously now, yeah. Let's get back to this part, right?
We're directed with versus.
It was awesome. You know, it's a family vibe. Last nine years of my life, I spent on the Creed films. They're very supportive. You know, Tessa, Felicia, Rashad, Wood Harris, people that see me grow up. And for the fact that I stepped behind the camera and finally got a chance to direct them, they loved it, they embraced it, and it was a wonderful experience.
And was it difficult for you mentally because you're coming out of a different space?
Now I know that when old boy, our brother John Majors came over, when John Majors came over, that was a saving grace. All right. You know, that was a saving grace right there, you know. He was like, you what? Thank you, John Major, for coming over, you know, because bruh, this girl's tripping, and you know what? We need to get out of here. You know, we need to I need to get out. You know when you need a call to call you and kind of tell you that you need to get out of there, like, bro, like I need someone to call me so I can have an excuse to leave. This could have been his opportunity, you know, but he was gracious enough to have the interview and continue onwards as well. So, but yeah, it was like at this point, I don't know if Jonathan Majors knew or whatever, but it honestly, my enemies are after me is the right thing. Jonathan Majors literally came over, and then it's almost as if he instinctively knew that MBJ was under some kind of pressure, you know. It's like he instantly knew that MBJ was feeling some type of way, because the way he comes over and immediately can kind of see, we're gonna play it so you'll see it. The way he kind of comes over, it's like he's almost straight away, I know what you're on, bro. I'm on the same things.
I mean, I was staying in it. This is about y'all.
Isn't this the sexiest man show off right here? Who's the sexiest man? Because now let's.
Jonathan Major's face is immediately pissed off. Like he not even pissed. Let me not say pissed off. Let me not say pissed off. You know, let me not say pissed off, right? Let me not say pissed off. What I would say, Jonathan Major's face told me that straight away. I'm not about it. You know, I'm not about it. We're not about this. Yeah, we're not gonna have this. How are you gonna tell who's the sexiest person? What do you mean? He's like the face is telling me rise above this. Why is that the first thing you got? You know, he's like, what? Rise above this. And actually, this is the first time you see his arms unfurled, because obviously, of course, he's now hugged Jonathan Majors. If we just go back slightly, watch what happens, because obviously now because before this, his hands are behind his back. So if you just watch this,
because you're coming out of a different space.
His hands come out. He's now got he's now doing his shake with Jonathan Majors.
I mean, I was staying in it. This is about y'all.
Isn't this the sexiest man show off right here? Who's the sexiest man? Because now let's.
And his hands come here. Now his hands are in front of him. He's still not trying to have it. he's like he's still not having it. It's like no, Joe, brother, I'm still not having it, right? So in this particular point, even when Jonathan Major's over there, he's still like, you know what, I don't want to give this girl nothing. In fact, he's giving the girl more of the shoulder. You know, he doesn't want to. He doesn't really want to be here, bro, no more. You know what I mean? But you know what? Now Jonathan Major's over there, and then Jonathan Major's like, wait, what kind of? You know when you deep somebody's bull crap? You know what I mean? He just deep the bull crap. He was like, wait, what kind of question is this? Who's this? Who's interviewing you with this nonsense?
Who's the sexiest man? Because now who's the sexiest man? Because
Wait, how could he be on smoke already? He knows nothing about this girl. All right, unless they discussed it or something. But he knows nothing about this girl. And so it's mad to me. It's mad to me at this point. It's mad to me at this point because it's like, wait, hold on a minute. He's like, hold on a minute. How come he also realizes that her energy is poor? He's like, what kind of question is that? What kind of question is that? This is why he probably ducks off so quickly.
thought you said you're on the way up. He might be the one right now.
This is the one. This is the one right here. Yeah.
And look, he's still not unfolding his arms. And listen, I want to have we're gonna have a real conversation as soon as we finish this video. I'm gonna rub conversation because, and I'll address some point. Bro, honestly, life of Bosch, I was just about to say this. Some people do not understand what aggression is, and it's frustrating because of what black men deal with when it comes to aggression from white folk and telling us we're aggressive. And the fact that black women are no, I'm not jumping on that. 1 or 2 black women have said that. It's making me like, what are you seeing? The rest of us can understand it. The rest of us, black women and black men, can understand that nothing in this was aggressive or him trying to do too much or even trying to show that he's trying to fight. So the fact that some people are seeing that is mad to me. And it's what gets us, this is the kind of thing that gets us killed. It's the kind of stuff that gets us into trouble with law enforcement. It's the kind of stuff that gets us profiled. It's the kind of stuff that gets us having arrested because apparently we look aggressive. This guy is not giving any aggression. But anyway, let me not digress. You know what I mean? Let me not digress. But anyway, so let's have a look at this. Bro, that's what I said, bro. Like I said, it's not the majority of black women, the majority of black men get it. There's 1 or 2 people. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, listen. So this particular body language, let me get back to this body language because I'm going to mess up my thing. If you watch him now, he's still got his hands wrapped around it. Even with brother Jonathan there, he still doesn't want to unwrap his arms. He's not comfortable, right? And the body language is telling us that he's still not feeling safe. It's probably a reoccurring thought process. He's probably thinking about the past, and you know what? Like it's, you have to hold yourself because you're not sure. It's making you feel some type of way. A little bit emotional, maybe a little bit frustrated. You might remember some things in the past.
Is it a tie?
No, it's not. We don't compete. Yeah, we don't compete.
2 number 1. Batman and Batman. Or should I? Oh, no, can't say that. Superman and Superman. Sorry.
Good luck with that.
Okay, so you also...
Jonathan was out of there. But look at Michael B. Jordan again. He's still not really in it. Yeah, he's still not really been in it. Again, he's still not in it. And what you can see in the situation, that his arms are folded. Even after the Jonathan Majors, he still can't unfold his arms. He's still giving her the shoulder. He's still giving the head drop down. He's not even giving her eye contact at this point, right? And usually when someone's talking to you, you give them the eye contact. When they're talking to you, they give you the, you know what I mean? So usually when you're able to kind of give a little eye contact, when you're kind of talking to someone, you give them eye contact when they're talking to you, right? But he's not giving her nothing. He ain't giving her nothing. Right? There we go.
Also are going to do a new film with Will Smith very soon coming up. Is the rumor out there?
Not sure. We're still working on the script. That's something that I plan on doing in the future. Not sure when.
This white woman here is all trying to get him away. I think it's time.
This one, and I'll figure out what's going on next.
How is it filming in Atlanta?
It was amazing. I've done 4.
Who is that white woman in the shot?
Down here.
Is she? Oh, I think she's also doing media.
Atlanta's a second home to me, and I love coming down here.
Favorite restaurant here?
Look, she's trying to say something. I don't know what she's trying to say. I don't know if it's time. I don't know if she's saying there's a mic missing. I don't know if she's trying to say like you're up. That's why probably the bodyguard's looking so much.
Whatever hotel I'm in, their restaurant.
Well, you're not corny anymore.
Ooh, look at this answer. Watch this.
Well, you're not corny anymore.
No eye contact as he leaves. Arms still folded. He's facing front. Yeah, he ain't about this, man. He said, "Yeah, I gotta get this going on, man. I gotta keep it moving. I gotta go." it is what it is right there. Yeah, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna give you any more energy. I've answered your questions. I'm out. So he was definitely not impressed by the way she handled it at the end, and he was out with his person. But again, for her to end it with "You're definitely not corny anymore," again, yeah, that is not the way to end an interview, and that's not a way to also repair some of the damage that you've done if you've been teasing him. Now, going back earlier on when she said to him about the fact that in school I didn't call you corny. What we did say, we made fun of your name. So you happily admit that you made fun of somebody's name, and your co-star obviously was saying corny, and you didn't check her, so you were co-signing it, right? You were co-signing it. So like I said, some people would really not care that you've blown up or done better, because in the end they still see you as that what they met you as. So glowing up for somebody else will do you nothing, because people just don't care, and they think they're better than you. They will always think they're better than you, most people, unless they actually have a maturity phase where they grow and understand that some of their past things were wrong. You'll still see them doing their things on a madness thing. Yeah, it was a backhanded compliment. Thank you, Grace. That's the word we're looking for. It was a backhanding compliment in that regard. And I think the biggest issue here is that when we talk about the word corny, and its implications, I think that's where there's a bigger debate and bigger conversation when it comes to that, because they said they don't want a corny dude. you know, um, you know, it's the reality is, calling someone corny and then saying it's a compliment, it really isn't a compliment. And we've spoken about this on the channel before. Calling us ugly, but you know what? I still like you, or medium ugly. And this is a cute way to go about things, or you're I. And I'm thinking that that's a compliment to us as men. I keep saying it, like, yo, no one likes that, man. Do you know what I mean? In real life, of course, some men will ignore it for the opportunity to be with a girl that they think is fire. But if you really think I'm ugly, I don't need you to be with me. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, though, just let's not do it. And so calling someone corny really is not is really not the way that you're going to compliment somebody in any shape or form, specifically a man. That's not how we're taking compliments. There's nothing complimentary about that, as well. And let's be real. Let's be real about the fact that in the past will always catch up with you. You know what I mean? It's the past will catch up with you, because people don't forget. You have to understand, people don't forget. You bully someone in the past. I honestly want everyone to understand this. If you bully somebody in the past, man or woman, don't think because 10 years have passed, they've forgotten that you bullied them. No, think about what you're actually saying. If there's a shoot in the ground, all right, and as it's growing, you interfere with its growth, guess what happens? The shoot will grow according to the interruption that's it's had in its growth. If somebody goes through a phase where people have bullied them or made them feel less than, or hurt them, people ain't forgetting a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean? And of course, different people have different reactions to certain things, but a lot of people are not going to forget this stuff. So it probably was more than just a corny situation. Okay, because when she said it, she said, we made fun of your name. What else were they probably making fun of? What else would they? What else? What else were they making fun of? Because you can guarantee it wouldn't have just stayed that we just said about his name. I'm sure there were other things. We all remember. We all remember. We all remember being, having some mean things said about ourselves. And when you meet that person later on, and most of us don't even meet the people again, Or if you do meet the person again, you know, you might even, if you see them from a distance, you might be like, well, see how your life is now? See how your life is now? But the reality is, no one's gonna know apart from you and another person. But like I said, the glow up doesn't change that. But again, people don't forget. You know, people don't forget. You know, in these situations as well. And this is the point too, so as well. This is the truth, and I'll play a clip actually, so we can actually talk about it. And I think it's really important. Play the clip, and you guys can hear it for yourselves as well. So let's just play the clip.
Jordan is just like a nice, corny guy. And I don't mean that as a slight, right? I mean, we all know that the nice, corny guys treat you the best.
You know, it's so crazy. I went to school with Michael B. Jordan at a point in life, and we went to Chad Science together in Newark. And to be honest with you, we teased him all the damn time because his name was Michael Jordan. Let's start there. And he was no Michael Jordan. And then he also would come to school with headshots. And back then, that was like in the hood. We lived in Newark.
Yeah.
Like that's the hood. You know what I mean? So we would make fun of him, like, what you gonna do with your little stupid headshots? Like, and now look at him.
Now look at him. He got that like Panther money.
Well, yeah, I didn't exactly.
You know what I really think deep down inside?
Let's just listen to that one more time as to why they called him corny.
I think that Michael B. Jordan is just like a nice, corny guy. And I don't mean that as a slight, right? I mean, we all know that the nice, corny guys treat you the best.
You know, it's so crazy. I went to school with Michael B. Jordan at a point in life, and we went to Chad Science together in Newark. And to be honest with you, we teased him all the damn time because his name was Michael Jordan. Let's start there. And he was no Michael Jordan. And then he also would come to school with headshots. And back then, that was like in the hood. We lived in Newark.
Yeah.
Like that's the hood. You know what I mean? So we would make fun of him, like, what you gonna do with your little stupid headshots? Like, and now look at him.
Now look at him. He got that like Panther money.
Well, yeah, I didn't exactly.
You know what I really
What do you think is going to happen when you come out and tell us blatantly that you used to tease somebody all the time? And again, this is what we're talking, and this is I say this is what happens, and there's a lot of people, especially in the manosphere, especially in the manosphere, who will tell you the same story. I was a nerdy kid, black nerdy kid, who maybe studied my books, or I like things that are a bit different, and I got bullied for it, or I got laughed at for it. And there's laughing from men that is different from laughing from women. Because because of course, if you're heterosexual, you like women. When you're laughed at by women, it's a completely different ball game. It's a different ball game. It cuts that much deeper. I'm not saying that, listen, bullying from anyone is not bad. Bullying from everyone is bad. But especially if you're now being even bullied by women who we often, quote unquote, meant to be even more emotionally attached, tend to focus on their emotional situations. If they're now bullying you too, it can be very difficult. It can be very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Now I'm going to say something. Okay? I can say something. Could this also be a part of the reason why he tends to date white women? Just going to say it. Okay? I'm not going to be mad at it. I'm just going to say, could this be part of his reasoning why he dates white women? Empress B just said it at the same time I said it. Could this be? And I'm going to tell you the honest truth. Yes. I think there's part of it is. Right? I think part of it is. Right? And I'll tell you why. For us, for depending on your upbringing and where you grew up and what you grew to aspire to be and what influences you had, that's also very important as well, right? And what's quintessential, I think I told the story before. I said I was one girl away from dating white women. I was one girl away. I honestly was. I almost gave hope on black women. I'll be honest with you, right? I almost gave hope up on black women. And let me say black girls because I was a young boy at the time, right? And I'll tell you why. Because it was not white people that were mocking me when I was a kid. It wasn't white people that were calling me, maybe corny wasn't the word we say, nerd, or calling me names. It wasn't white people that were calling me that. It was black people. And black people are funny when they're young. It wasn't a white person saying nigger to me. No, I didn't have that. I had a black person saying to me, I'm too dark. I had women coming to me, laughing at me, black women, not white girls, black girls. So you then start to, you know, it begins to affect you. It's like, well, I guess my own doesn't really like me. You know what I mean? I guess my own doesn't really like me. But then I went to an all-black school, and I can't lie to you, the bullying increased. I don't say the bullying. I would say some of the insults and some of the jokes and some of the things that happen to you, you get on the end of it. But I ain't gonna lie to you. Once I was there, around these just lovely black girls, I said I couldn't. I can't date anything else. Even if they're mocking me, I can't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, I mean, you know, I couldn't let it go. You know what I mean? I couldn't let let that go. You know, I went to from ages like 3 to 11. I predominantly went to an all-white school. So, you know, I had white women around me, white girls around me the whole entire time. You know, it can be about that, right? And so, interesting enough, obviously, when I got to secondary school, which is from 11 to 16, from 11 to 16, I went to an all-black school. And that time, we had all types of black women and da-da-da. And a lot of times I was a lot of times I could be the butt of the joke. But you know what? They were sexy, man. I can't lie to you. The girls there, they were sexy, man. Their little gel hair, their little backpacks, you know, the way we used to talk, the way we used to make jokes, the way that we make music out of banging on a wall and make a beat and do that. I loved all of that. Some are African, some are Caribbean. You know, I loved all of that. And because we didn't have no white people in our school, there was nowhere else to turn. Do you understand? So I got forced into that lane where there was nowhere else to turn. I never had a girlfriend at that point. Then when I moved out of London, I moved to another city a little bit further out, which was predominantly more white. It was a town. In that point, there was only a few black people. Okay, there was only a few black people in that place, and literally, there was only 2 or 3 black girls. But by that point in time, I kind of sold myself when I want to date a black girl. But if a white girl had come to me first and I ended up in a relationship with a white girl, I think I would have dated white women only and never looked back. Because at that point, I hadn't dated anybody. And I guess nobody liked me. So then if a white girl comes to me, then it's confirming my bias. Black women don't want me and white women do. And I'm going to go down the road that's much more easy. I'm not trying to find out if black women now like me. No, I'm just going to go down the road that makes it easiest. And that would have been the easiest one. But I ended up with a black woman first. And I was like, all right, well, you know what? Maybe black women do like me. Shit. Okay, maybe black women do like me. You know, maybe I got some sauce in me. You know, maybe I got some sauce in me. Okay. Yeah. So it's so interesting, right? It's so interesting that, you know, that one difference in my life shifted me in that direction. Do you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I could say my brother's married to a white woman, but he grew up in a predominantly white area for the majority of his childhood. He didn't have the same background as me. My sister too. She grew up predominantly in a white. She likes Korean kind of men and da da da. Do you know what I mean? And the youngest one kind of grew up around the white folk, but she took on a more. I don't know. She just seemed to be more focused on black men. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so but maybe again her school was had a bit more mix in it as well. But you know, this is you know, this is again interesting because for a lot of young black men, a lot of young black men who are young black boys, they've experienced something like this. Maybe you weren't called corny, you might have been called nerdy, you might have been, looked at as, not good looking or not this, whatever, and you've heard it being said to you. It's the open disrespect that's the problem. It's not even just not being wanted. It's usually the open disrespect and the laughter and the jokes and the bullying and the teasing that happens when you're younger that can really affect how you see the opposite sex. You know what I mean? Um, and so this is really really interesting as well in terms of how people make decisions. So it probably did aid the way that Michael B. Jordan now chooses white women, right? Especially if now you're giving him a title of being corny, because white women are not hearing. I'm not hearing them saying he's corny. The white women are not calling him corny. You know what I'm saying? So he's not. If he sees that, he may see. Okay, well, um, you know, he sees it as, okay, great. Do you know what? I guess obviously for me, well, the white women are the one that I need to go to because they see me as a king. They don't disrespect me for being. How was he getting teased because he had headshots? You know what I mean? They might have a different title. They won't call it corny. They'll have a different word. You know what I'm saying? But the reality of what I'm saying is he may not have got that same treatment. You know, he might not have got that same treatment if he had gone when he went to white women. And so therefore it would have confirmed his bias that he's not liked by black women and they don't really want him. And then again, we have to translate it back to childhood where you felt most safest. Did you feel safe amongst black women? And again, this is not about black girls, even at the time. This is not me blaming black women. I'm trying to make people understand some of the thought process to why sometimes people can take a direction. You know what I'm saying? It's not saying that black women are bad or whatever. We're talking about the fact there's a reality here that does exist. And, we're always saying that, black women have their story. They've gone through things. I'm like, okay, well, great. Black men have also gone through their things. I'm trying to tell you, they've gone through things too. And this is some of the ways that people have gone through things. A lot of them being marginalized because they don't fit the minimal door that says this is what black is. Do you know what I mean? So it be like that, and she admitted herself. She teased him when he was younger, made fun of him because he carried headshots because he had a dream. And if you're a man, you've heard the story several times from other men saying it. You know what? I wanted to do this or do that, and I got laughed at, or I got made fun of, and it does impact you. You know what I mean? It does impact you in that particular way, and so it can, and maybe that's part of the reasoning why he chose white women. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's the reason why. We'd have to find out. I don't know whether maybe his first girlfriend ever was white, and that would have confirmed the bias. Okay, these are the kind of people that like me. The bias of why people like me. So again, it can happen. Again, it's not the full truth because we don't know his whole history. So I don't know why he might have done that all the way through. But yeah. Peace Joy said black women should have been dating white men at record numbers. Should you? I think you have to take into consideration about how actually relationships are formed. If oftentimes men are doing the chasing, you'd have to have interest from the white males. We have to take into account history. We have to take into account how black women are looked at or how they were portrayed. Remember, black men were sexualized and then also objectified and then made to be sex symbols with their animalistic form, and how we've had a time where they've been fetish for a long time. So good or bad, whether you agree with them dating out or not, let's be real, as the differences are steep between black men and black women for a very long time. We're now coming to a more, I would say, more gracious, more open stage where we are seeing more of that interracial dating, far more than we have seen in the last 20 or 30 years. But if you look at the history of how it's been, it's been slightly different, so let's not compare the two, because you can't compare the two. Do you know what I'm saying? Because now you've got the opportunity to. Now black women have got the opportunity. Are they not dating white men? Y'all ain't loyal no more. And it's not y'all, as in all of you. Sorry, let me say some. People are not choosing it. They have, once you get the choice to, and you have the choice to do it, what happens? People go out and do it. Do you get what I'm saying? Right? So it's about understanding the choice and having that choice and being able to exercise that choice, and it not being a consequence for choosing that choice, that will open it up and allow people to then make these choices. You see what I'm saying? So that too. I mean, we could talk about the history of us as black folk and what we've been through and how we interpret certain things as well. So and the fact that there's difference between men and women in terms of accruing power. And so yes, some men will date white women because it accrues to power, because women are not on the top of the food chain. Men are. So when you have a black man, that's the intersectionality. He's also trying to accrue to power. So yes, potentially when he dates white women, some black men will date white women according to accrue power, because that's what men tend to do, right? This is what men tend to do. We accept that within our community of black men, we are competitive and we're trying to fight for resources, etc., etc. So what happens is when you have the intersectionality, okay, when you have the intersectionality, all right, in this instance, what you will see is that men will try to accrue power, and then that might come in through even interracial relationships. So that's, you know what I mean? So that's why men might even take an extra decision to do it. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just kind of giving an example, so that's, what I would say as well. In this instance, no, you, I don't know if you're talking, maybe you should not talk to me. So that's it. In that instance, it's not whether they give us power. It's not whether they give black men power. It's whether they believe they can get power from that decision, right? It's not about whether she gives him power. It's about whether he believes he can accrue power from that decision making. And in some sense, there is some form of power there, having a white woman there. But it's whether he believes he can accrue that to why he takes a decision in that format. And again, that's not all people who choose a white woman. That's why they chose it. Not everyone has those particular views. I'm just kind of giving an example. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Okay. So let's fix. Okay. I think one of the things that is interesting as well is, I think there was another part I wanted to show as well. As well. Let's see. I think it was, I wanted to read this out because she actually responded to that as well. So let's have that on the page. Okay, so I think her cast member came out of the lady Dominique the Diva. Dominique the Diva. And this is what she said. She said, obviously, the blogs only post half bullcrap, bullshit, basically. And so she circles this part. Dominique da Silva said she wasn't surprised that he would go to such great lengths, because she always got the impression when in his presence that Jordan is a nice, corny guy. And I don't mean that as a slight. She said, well, you all know nice, corny guys treat you the best. I want to pause it there. And I think this is the biggest problem as well with this. You think, and we've had this conversation on the channel before, where in this, it's like me saying, that girl is ugly, but her personality is amazing. It's like, how, that's not a compliment. Calling someone corny is not a compliment, right? It's not a compliment to us as males, right? We don't take that as a compliment, never. So her saying, oh, it's not meant to be a slight, we all know nice guys treat you better. So wait. Hold on, nigga. Come back to me. What you saying? What we saying around here? Because it sounds a bit mad right now. Um, you're trying to say that we all know the nice corny guys treat you best. Do they? First of all, number one, but number two, even if they do, I want to say, look, hey, you need to probably check in with us as men to find out if this is something that actually we find to be appreciative. It's kind of mad. And you know what else said? You just kind of said it. You know what else said? Thank you for saying it. You know what? You said it. I couldn't even get it out of my mind, but you said it. You know, the person, obviously, what we're equating now is being nice to corny. I don't even like. I mean, if that's his, now we're equating that. So again, remember, because what she's gonna say is Russell Wilson's also corny because he's nice. This is exactly what we're talking about. That the Manosphere will say that they feel like. I don't agree with them, but I can say that some people have experienced that being nice ends up making you the corny guy, which is also a negative because people don't want to date the corny guy. As much as they say it, they don't want to date the corny guy, right? They don't often want to date the corny guy. So, this comment here is about, okay, it's nice, but corny, it's political. Then she goes on to say, no, well, the article goes on to say, then that's when L'Oreal, who went to school with him in a 712, a great academy in Newark, sorry, back in the day, said in regards to corny comment that he definitely gave that vibe to his classmates. So she co-signed the point about he was corny and giving that image off to his classmates. So in a sense, you didn't say he was corny directly, but you co-signed it. So why are you denying us if you said it? You know what I mean? You definitely said it, right? Like you definitely said it. Definitely said it. So I don't know. Sis trying to backtrack on that. Sis, you co-signed it and kind of said it. At the time he was trying to get his career off the ground as a young model and actor. She admitted they were always making him the butt of the joke. You're trying to strike, and this is where Manosphere get their points from. And sometimes it's hard to disagree with them because sometimes they'll be like, this stuff come out and it's annoying. But this is exactly what they're sometimes they can talk about, because what they're describing here is a brother who's trying to focus on trying to strive and achieve is the one that's getting insulted and laughed at. And then they end up saying Pookies and Ray Rays, which I don't always agree with, but this is why Michael B. Jordan's thing is gonna prove some of their point. Because it's like, wait, so you want to call Michael B. Jordan corny for actually trying to go, trying to go for his dreams, right? Going for his dreams. And that's why it's corny. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And then she put here, a black man that dates a white woman is corny to me. I guess that PR relationship with Lori helped y'all forget. I didn't. Wow. See, that open kind of disrespect right there tells you what kind of how she actually feels about him. And what she doesn't realize is there are other black men watching this and be like, yo, is that how she talks about black? You gotta be careful of that one, Men are very like that. They're like very territorial groupish. Like if once they get all disrespected, once one person gets disrespected, they all get disrespected. As well. So yeah, it's looking like, okay. I'm like, wait, so you want to double down? Sorry, I didn't let you guys see it. You want to double down and then say any black man that dates a white man is calling to me? I guess that PR relationship with Lori helped y'all forget, but I didn't. That's a level of disrespect, Dominique, as well. And your co-star is saying these things, and then you want to come and do an interview when you're co-starring with that person. It's looking a bit techie. Interesting. Okay. And it says anything I said once, I'll say it again. Nick Cannon is corny too. He got mad woman, babies, and money. I thought we were all doing our Sierra prayer for a nice, corny Russell Wilson to save us from these toxic niggas. No, corny ain't bad. That's 70% of the niggas in this industry. Let's see how y'all act when he brings his next white girlfriend with him on the red carpet. Toodles. I'm like, yo, this girl's just got a bad attitude. This is the kind of girl that I'm avoiding. I'm avoid this girl with a plague. You didn't say it about me, but you probably said it behind my back. You know what I mean? I'm gonna avoid that the plague. Right? I'm gonna avoid you like the plague. You know? So I'm like, yo, this ain't it. This ain't it. This really ain't it. It's not it. It's not looking good, bruv. It's really not looking good, bruv. You know, I'm looking at this, I'm like, wait, what the hell? She doing too much. she doing way too much. And here's the reality of things as well for us as men. This is the type of woman you need to avoid. Right? Right? Corny for me is someone who makes themselves. I'll go by the Urban Dictionary example. I like that one. I think it fits what I think it is. Idiots who make themselves look good in public, but really are embarrassing. I think that's the key part. When people say something about corny, what we as blacks, what we mean is someone's doing something and it looks embarrassing. The way they behave is embarrassing. It doesn't fit the cool of being black, right? If you've been black, if you're black, you know. Okay, there's a little box that we put ourselves in when we're black, when we're younger, right? Anybody does anything outside that box, you end up in that corny bracket, or that a nerd at the time was not a nerd. Is one of those things that doesn't necessarily doesn't bring a positive. You know, when you're older now, maybe you can say someone's a nerd and it might be, but the nuance wasn't there when you're younger. Right. So being called corny when you're younger, being called a nerd when you're younger, a geek when you're younger, was never used in a positive framework, was used in a negative light. You know what I'm saying? Negative all the way. So it's never going to be something that you're like, oh my God, like he's corny and that's so great. He's corny. My man is corny. And some people are just too comfortable insulting the other gender when it comes to this. El said by this thingy, black people would have called him corny. You know? She doubled down on that. She said, listen, you know, it's kind of peak. We need to stay away from these type of sisters, brothers. I'll be honest with you. All right. These kind of sisters, these kind of women, you have to avoid them like the plague, man. Them. You hear me? Yeah. These women, they've shown themselves. You have to leave them alone. There are other great women out there who don't think he's corny, or don't think you're corny, or don't think. This is why I said to you, when someone makes that kind of comment to me, I leave them alone. I told you when I was in Ghana, I was in Ghana and I was doing my thing. I was dancing, and one girl came to me and said, "How can you?" She's like, "How can you wind your waist more than me?" I don't like that. I'm getting the ick. I said, "Who are you?" I mean, you acting as if I wanted you. Me, I was focusing on myself, enjoying myself, shaking my nash, shaking my chest, shaking my arm and my legs. I was doing my own thing. I didn't ask for you to come into my life. I didn't ask for you to come into my space. But she took it upon herself to come and say this. And I was like, well, if that's what you think, you know, that's what you think. That's up to you. But I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to do my thing. I don't care what you're going to say. If you think I'm cool, that's up to you. But I'm going to do my thing. Yeah. So, nah, she didn't call me sassy yet. She left that one alone, bro. You know what I mean? She left that one alone. But when I went viral on Twitter, let me tell you something that happened on Twitter. I went viral on Twitter for dancing in the gym, and UK is bad vibes. Let me just tell you, sometimes UK is just really bad vibes. And then literally, I had black women. Let me tell you the straights. This is why this is what I'm trying to tell you, that sometimes y'all don't know. I have black women from Africa, despondent from UK, mainly UK, mostly UK black women, and they slaughtered me on Twitter, slaughtered me, calling me all types of names. Why am I this big ass guy? The same thing they did to Big Gorilla. Big Gorilla. So the same thing they did to Big Groove. All right, to Big Groove is the same thing they did to me. Right? How can you be this big ass dude dancing in the gym, looking like this? This is why I get sick of. This is why I get sick of black men. Da-da-da-da. I had a whole host of comments from black women. Weren't white people, black people. Right? So I'm just telling you some of our experiences. I'm not saying it's all black women, by the way. It doesn't change my thoughts of black women. Doesn't change my thoughts about women. I still love them. I'm gonna still date them. I'm gonna still keep going on with them because I know that's not the majority. It's a small minority that keep on having these thought processes. Again, I want to make it very clear. It is not the majority. This is where we have to. This is what we have to make clear as well. It is not the majority. But just like women, a lot of men have had that experience with black women. And just like when women say they've had an experience of a bad guy or a bad black guy, we have to accept that too, because people are having these experiences. But that doesn't mean that's the majority of people. That doesn't mean it's the majority of people. Do you know what I'm saying? So we have to make that very clear as well, so that people don't, it's you have to make that very clear, make that distinction, so that there's no hate train that is formed. This is a very specific group in the particular demographic. It's not all, right? You know what I mean? So, yeah. So this is what happened. So I think, I'm sure, Manosphere will probably take it as they take it. But the reality of the situation is, okay. So my internet went there for a second. Yes, my internet went there for a second. So, but yeah, I would definitely want to open up. Let me open up the panel. If you guys want to have your say, if you feel like you got something you want to add to this conversation, let's put a little link in there. Okay, let's add that. If you guys want to join the conversation, let me know. If you got something to add, or you wanted to contribute to the cause of conversation, click on the link below. And let's chop it up. Let's chop it up. Someone said I got reception to go to. My bad. I just want to see maybe get a few thoughts before I get off this thing. You get me? And hold on one sec. Let me just make sure. Okay, some people had different thoughts, so this is a time to join the conversation and have your say in it. Do you get me? Maybe you can get up your thoughts in fullness, So if you agree or disagree, let's get your thoughts now. You know what I'm saying? Join the panel. We're talking about, Foster Ave. You want to join without camera on? Go, just throw a hat on. Look what I do. When my hair is not done, just throw a hat on. You know what I mean? Throw a hat on and you'll be fine, Foster Ave. Put a little hat on and get on. You know what I mean? Let's have this conversation. You know what I mean? Don't worry about the hair. Throw the hat on, get on. Foster Av said it's not the same. All right, go on then. Just join the live then. Go on. It can't. Mind, body, and soul. Girls who grow up thinking they need. If they need to be sick, girls go ahead, and our boys. And our boys must have different color dreads and nail polish. Really cool. I hear that still. I hear you, JR, because sometimes I hear that, just grab a helmet, put a little tie on, little do-rag. We respect it all. Listen, all head wraps are welcome on this channel. I never judge a head wrap. You know what I'm saying? I'm a head wrap person myself. I mean, not head wrap, but I normally have a headpiece on. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid to put a headpiece on. Do you know what I'm saying? Just put it on. Put a little wrap around your head. Even if it's a towel, don't worry. Put it up there. Hey, we ain't going to judge you. Not around here. Not around here. So I'm being a bit facetious, Shannon. My bad. I'm being a bit facetious though. When I said Michael B. Jordan is a hero of the Manosphere, what I meant by that, his story is now his story is not his story is now what the Manosphere have been talking about, because he's now the actual principal in show. So when they've been talking about this issue about how black women don't like corny guys, he now becomes the confirmation. Do you know what I'm saying? So now Michael B. Jordan becomes that confirmation that, like we said to you, okay, that black women don't like corny niggas, and that they want Pookies and Ray Rays. Lee told you. You know? You feel me? So that's part of it as well. Okay. So she's not black. Okay. So is she from another community? Are they not considered to be black? She's mixed. Okay. She's mixed. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what we're trying to say. The outside world, you'd say she's black, wouldn't you, from the outside, without knowing her necessary, is it genotype? Is that correct word? Or phenotype? I can't remember. Okay, well, click on the link and let's have the conversation. You know what I mean? No one's jumping on conversation. Why would I say why would I assume she's black? Maybe because I have from an English perspective, even if you're light skinned, you pretty much are black. You've got some black in you. You know what I mean? So we have a different kind of, I guess, makeup here in the UK. Anybody who's light skinned has got some black in them, more than likely. You know what I mean? So I saw some color in her. So I'm assuming that she's black, even if it's not full way black. She's black. And again, depending on obviously where she's from and what her parents are from and stuff. But yeah, she would consider black. There would be no real distinction. She's just light skinned or light toned, or she's mixed, but she'd still be black. You know what I mean? Faye says she's looking too rough. Faye, put on a head wrap. Put on a head wrap. Put on a head wrap. I like the women with no makeup. You're good. That's fair. Okay, yeah. Because I was gonna say I thought she's black. I would say she was black. From a British perspective, I would say she's black. You know what I mean? Again, I guess from the UK it's slightly different. She would still go through black people's experiences, but she might not go through a dark-skinned black woman's experience. That differentiation I can understand. You know what I mean? So I can understand that. Seems like there's a whole other conversation to talk about in terms of how people appear and how they show up and what people assume they are. So I've seen a lot of comments about this. It's interesting as well. Joy asked lady if my dad was white. Okay. JR, where are you, bro? Jump on, bro. You're in the chat strongly, bro. You can jump on, bro. If she has a non-black parent, she has different experiences. She'll have slightly different experiences, but she can still go through the black experience. I don't know if we need both I don't know if we need both to be able to go through the black experience. Do you know what I mean? Again, I'm coming from a UK perspective. And again, I make a distinction between dark skin, black man and woman, and they have a totally different experience, because when we talk about black and then we talk about dark skin black, that's even more different. Do you know what I mean? But if you're a lighter tone, you have your own black experience. It'll be different from somebody who's of a darker skin tone, of course, but you still have a black experience. And again, I think we have to be open to the fact that there's going to be a little bit of a spectrum when it comes to the black experience, because again, they will have a slightly different because of the tone of skin. So, that's very true. That's very true. There is that whole thing. If you're mixed, yeah, there's that you have to choose one side. You know what I mean? So Seapert says she's from Newark. She definitely black. I hear that. That's fair. That's fair. Yep. I got Corey here. Corey, what are you saying?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, so I did catch it, the interview, and people are saying like he was ready for that. You know what I'm saying? He was ready for that response. But as far as like culturally, as far as being light skinned versus dark skinned, black versus mixed, yeah, usually it is within the culture. If you have, that lighter skin, people do have that assumption that you are either mixed or both of your parents also of that same skin complexion, but yeah, so it is more like mixed, but all it takes is a drop and you are considered to be black. So that's something we have to really unlearn when it comes to whether you're mixed or whether you're black or whatever the case is. So people saying my white side this or my black side that, when they're having certain discussions or conversations, I think that needs to stop too. because you're one person.
Yeah, it's a very difficult, and I guess we're shifting the conversation now from that to even talk about race and stuff and people's experiences, because this delves into colorism and stuff like that as well. But I think this is a really real conversation about this as well, because like I said, obviously, I think we had this conversation years ago. I think about 3 years ago, we had a colorism panel, and we were talking about this, that people have different experiences of being black, right? So, of course, we know, me, you, Corey, as black brothers, the darker you are, the more you experience some of the colorism within our own community, and some of the insults that you may get as well, right? And it happens, right? So, you know, this particular situation, you because obviously, like, going through okay, let me shift it. So going through a black experience can be different for different people. And of course, I do understand that some people have a white parent, and that is a difficulty on its own, because then they have a slightly different experience because they have someone who sees the world differently, who's influencing them. But I think someone said in the chat, then they have there's a whole crisis behind that, between which side do they choose, and which side do they fall on. And oftentimes, and this is just my observation, when I see mixed people, you find them on either side. Like, they either fall onto the black side, or they fall onto the white side. And of course, they're made of those two, so where else can they really go? There's doesn't seem to be a middle lane, if you know what I'm saying, for them. But
Yeah, with the whole conversation of being mixed, it's a way you can look at it in two different ways. The other way of looking at it as, you want to be identified with both parents. If your father is black, your mother is white, you don't want to just say you're black, because now you're taking your mother out of the equation. You want her to get that same respect as well. So when it comes to saying mixed, that's kind of some people's way of saying, of paying homage to both parents. So it's different, because I've heard mixed people call themselves mixed, of mixed race. But then it's supposed to be like a difference for certain people, for a certain demographic, depending on if your father is black or your mother is black in the mixed community, to say that you either mixed or biracial. They have different wording of pretty much the same thing. So it's just all it's wordplay. But it's just something that people do. You know what I'm saying? It's just something that people do nowadays. You can't really have an excuse for everybody when they say certain things, but it's just out there.
Yeah, I'm definitely hearing that as well. And I think, the things we go through. I remember, and I wasn't even the darkest brother, but I remember going through catching some heat, bro, for being slightly darker than a lot of the people there. Do you know what I mean? And I remember even one of the other 2 or 3 other guys who were dark skinned. See, I think I'm dark skinned, but people who are much more darker, and they literally got heat. They got heat. So it's not easy to to experience some of these things. But yeah, everyone has different experiences when it comes to being black. I think someone put it in the chat. They feel like they have to prove their blackness out there as well. Joy Tolliver said this. You almost got to prove it. You know what I mean? And that can be difficult too. That's his own experience. That's his own experience. I'm also aware of that. That can be difficult too. So, but this woman, she seems black to me. But yeah, go on for it, bro.
But see, that's the thing about it too. It seems that I think the caption was someone from high school for him, called him corny or whatever. So you see the difference in the skin complexion. And let's be real. I mean, everyone here at some point in time when you were younger, you either did the picking on someone who's dark skinned, or someone who did the picking on someone dark skinned.
Yeah.
Or someone who's dark skinned and received that type of behavior. So it's not like this is brand new. So her calling him corny may have been, the real thing. And she may have remembered it, but didn't think that he remembered it.
Yeah.
But, that's just what happens. Certain things stick with people. that you didn't think it would, and being dark skinned or and being, kind of picked on or having uh, teases coming your way. There's some things that I remember people said, I'm human. There's some things that kind of stuck with me. I'm not saying it's an issue for me now, but you remember what you remember. So if I were to see those people that I'm in my success, then I can speak on those, on those situations, same way he did. You see me up here doing my thing, then now what do you have to say? So it gives an opportunity. Sometimes it pushes you too. So it pushes you and it makes you go after your goals and achieve your goals. So with him, that's pretty much all he was saying. He did it in the classic way too. He wasn't disrespectful. He just let her know that, hey, I remember. That's really all you have to do.
Yeah, and I think that's normal. I think that's normal to like, hey, don't think I forgot. Like, I ain't forgot. And also, what we're forgetting is that she didn't just leave it there. She brought up the fact that I know you. No, you don't. What? And if you do say you know me, I have to bring up the fact that when you know me, how do you know me? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, how do you know me? Do you know what I'm saying?
Ex-
When I access my memory bank, do I have good feelings and memories of you? No, I don't.
Right. So with that type of mindset, she thought, oh, we're just kids. He can't be holding on to that anymore. He's older now. He's not, he remembers me from high school, but he's not gonna remember everything I said. Ah, you were surprised. You were surprised. So she probably got that interview based on those words. Oh, let me interview him. I know him from high school. Let me send me out in the field with a mic to interview Michael B. Jordan because I know him from high school. He's going to talk to me. But see, that backfired, and everyone got to see it, including whoever she works for, whoever she is, whoever she works. I've never seen her before, to be honest. But yeah, it backfires.
I hear that for real. JR, what are you saying?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, man. There's a lot of colorism that goes on for a start, right? And it doesn't matter whether she's mixed or black, personally, because she wasn't just saying that it was her that was teasing him. It was
Teasing
her and
him.
her friends. So she was probably hanging around with some black girls who probably thought that and shared um, those jokes around the group and were co-signing um, what was being spoken about him. And you know, he didn't, like Corey said, he didn't flip out. Could have been a lot worse if he was someone that really took it personal or really had a deep rooted problem about it. He could have flipped her, but guess what? He's got more to lose. So I think he carried it himself quite well. He didn't bring up the fact that he knew her from high school. She brought that up as a way to kind of, break the ice, but also butt kiss at the same time. But yeah, all he did was say, "Oh, I'm corny, huh?" Because he's reminding her, "Look, this is what you said." Like, so I don't see why people take offense to how he handled it, because what was he supposed to do? Like, just be like, "Okay, yeah, I'm not going to mention it. I'll let you embarrass me on the red carpet." No, he doesn't need to do that, and he doesn't need to be petty either and get back at her in an aggressive way. But yeah, call her out on what she did subtly. Look where I am now. Like, I was that corny guy that was taking the headshots, but this is why I was doing it, to achieve and accomplish what I'm doing now. You're coming to my movie premiere. Like, you probably didn't think that I had it in me to do that. But it's probably the naysayers and the people that were dissing him that gave him the fuel to aspire to get to where he got to. So yeah, like, that's all I took from the interaction.
Gigi, Gigi, is that how you say it?
Yes, it's Gigi. Hi,
Beautiful.
Kojo.
Hey, Gigi, you right? Yeah.
I'm good. I'm doing very good. I
Good,
am.
good, good.
I'm from New York. I'm a Brooklyn girl.
Come on now.
Yeah, I missed you when you came to visit. I won't miss you
It's
next
okay.
time.
You're forgiven. You're forgiven. All right.
Okay, good. All right. So, what I want to say is, okay, I think that okay, his body language, he definitely that whole thing we always talk about trauma, right? So I think that people forget that, yes, he's a celebrity, but he's human.
Yeah.
And what takes place with us in high school and middle school, all that part of schooling can leave us traumatized, right? And we go on and we become adults and we go on with our life, and then something will happen that may trigger that trauma, right? And people seem to forget, yes, in school, kids tease other kids, make fun, bully. Is it wrong? Yes, but it's pretty common. Okay. But some people become adults, they let it go, they move on, and some don't. They think they've let it go. And then situations like these come up, and you see that there's actually probably still some trauma there. Okay. And to me, his body language, I saw it as there's some underlying trauma of being teased and made fun of when he was in school. Okay. And that's how I looked at it. And I think it has everything to do with his choice in women and what he may choose to date. Why he probably doesn't really date Black women. And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, well, he dated Lori." I'm still very much on the fence of how much of a, I don't know, industry relationship I think that was, to be honest. So I don't even count that one. I'm more look at the women that he dated for years, where all of them were non-Black women. Okay, so um, I'm showing him some grace. And I'm not even a fan of Michael B. Jordan, but I still showed him some grace in his reaction, because I feel like I saw the trauma underlying, which is why he seemed very uncomfortable. A lot of people read it as him being angry. No, I thought he was uncomfortable because it brought back bad memories of people calling him corny. Being called corny, that there's no compliment in there. And yes, he's rich and he's doing well, but something like that still stings. It still stings, you know? So that's my take on that.
I agree with that 100%. Go for it, no. Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, go for it. You can jump on now.
Okay. Hi everyone. So my opinion on the whole situation is I really felt like Michael B. Jordan overreacted. I think that this was a really, really pivotal moment. So let me start from the beginning. I was bullied in school, so I'm not speaking from a perspective of someone that has not felt that. I was the kid that would hate school and have knots in my stomach and would cry at night, the whole 9 yards. It ebbed and flowed throughout my course in school. I was teased about everything. So I understand what it feels like. I understand how it can affect you. But if you were to ask me who the people were that teased and bullied me in school, I couldn't even tell you now. Um, and so it's very, very troubling and concerning to me that Michael B. Jordan is almost 40 years old and was teased in high school and is now at this very pivotal moment in his life where he's realizing a goal that he has worked so hard to accomplish of directing his first film. And his response is to have this energy at the tip of his tongue towards someone that hurt him 20 years ago. That makes me wonder if there is underlying anger issues, underlying difficulty of forgiving or healing or something, because in my opinion that's not a normal response for it to be right there at the tip. Because I disagree with you, Kojo. I felt like his behavior and his body language was aggressive. I have seen fights, so many fights, and when I see men getting ready to square off with one another, they take a similar stance. They stand kind of sideways, they hold their arms a certain way, they square off their shoulders, they bob their heads up and down like, what's up, what's up? And that's the energy he was giving her. And I found that to be very concerning. I When I said that it looked like he wanted to fight, I wasn't literally saying he was going to fight her. I don't believe that, but his energy was very, very off, and in my opinion, it was aggressive. Um, And I was actually kind of surprised that he looked extremely angry. So I am concerned when someone reverts back just for being caught. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. If you're in Newark, New Jersey, which is not the place that movie stars go to realize their dreams in America, and you're walking around high school with headshots, that's something that your classmates are not used to seeing. So oftentimes children will tease things that they don't understand. My mother used to buy me clothes from the thrift store, and I used to wear the Bill Cosby sweaters. It became cool later as Coogee sweaters, but at the time it wasn't cool. I wore off-brand gym shoes. I wore things that were off the beaten path. The way I would do my hair was different. Everything about me was different. And so the children teased me. As an adult, I can understand where that comes from and why that is. I'm not holding on to that anymore. I feel good about myself. I feel good about my life. So I'm just concerned about what's there underneath as to why he would have become a millionaire, a heartthrob. You know, so many people, feel like he's made it, and he still has this level of anger towards someone that teased him about a headshot in high school. And you know what? Sometimes what people are teasing us about is true. I was teased for being a nerd. Guess what? I was a nerd. Maybe he was corny in high school. I mean, sometimes we just have to be able to look at things, maybe take two steps back. And I'm not saying that he shouldn't feel. Our feelings we don't always have control over. And I do understand that there may have been a lot of pain associated with what happened, but I also think that maybe he needs to work on putting things in perspective or figuring out where all this is coming from, because he doesn't seem like he's in a very healthy place. I'll stop there. I have a lot more to share, but I'll stop there.
So I'll push back. I find it quite interesting that you mentioned that you wouldn't remember your bullies. And I think that's also a trauma response as well. If you didn't know, trauma also means that sometimes people don't remember stuff. So just because you don't remember your bullies does not mean that you weren't traumatized by the situation. I'm not saying you didn't say that, because you said you were. You're healed from it. You've moved on. But not remembering also doesn't mean that you've healed. You know what I mean? Like, and just because you didn't hold on to it doesn't mean anything. Because when we speak about people that have been abused, right, they can have an intolerance for other people that have been abused. You'd think they should be more empathetic, but they're not, because some people handle it differently. So I would say that because he remembers who bullied him in high school, which is between the age of 11 and 16, I think a majority of us remember stuff between 11 and 16 and things that people didn't do to you. Do you know what I mean? Right? So the mind of the person is probably not going to forget. If you've been graced to forget, I think that's amazing. I think most people here, if you've been bullied, you can remember who that person is. Maybe you can't remember their name per se, but you remember, if you saw a picture, you can see a picture in your head. You know, you can see something that reminds you of that person. You know what I mean? So I think that aspect, I hear what you're saying, but I think that aspect I didn't necessarily agree with. I think the second point I would say is the body language that you're talking about, that wasn't a fight stance. When men are about to get into a fight, they square up. He had an angle that's completely different. They first square up first, then they come into an angle. So that wasn't a fighting stance. For him to have his hands behind his back and have his head that way. And the reason why I find it quite painful that you said that is because that's what white people do to us. That's literally happened to me at work, where you know that any sign of frustration, any sign of an over emotion will mean now you suddenly become labeled as aggressive. And you've kind of done it here. And I'm a little bit hurt by that, because that's exactly what white people do to us, right? And especially as a black male, I've been in that position where you can't even raise your voice a tiny bit, because if you do, you get instantly labeled as aggressive. And I remember one time I was with a boss, a white woman. I had my hands behind my back, and I was saying to her, I don't agree with what you're saying. I don't agree with what you're saying. Literally. And literally, as I was sitting there talking to her, the next line she went into is, oh my God, you're being aggressive. And I said to her, at this point, we're going to stop the conversation. We're not talking anymore. I'm going home and I'm not coming back today. Because what you're not going to do is try and use that trope as to try and call me aggressive. When I've even put my hands behind my back, I'm sitting backwards. I'm showing you that I'm non-aggressive, and yet you're calling me aggressive. And I think that what you described is exactly what we face from white folk as being called as aggressive. That's exactly that. The brother is putting his hand behind his back. He's angled himself this way with a 45 degree, which is not the fighting stance. The fighting stance, when men get into a fighting stance, the first thing is to square up. And then we turn to the side. He never turned. He consistently kept his shoulder to her, hand behind her back, and he nodded his head. All right, cool, I hear you. You know what I mean? If anything, the most we can say is it's a little bit confrontational. That's the most I would go. But to say it's aggressive, I think that may be slightly doing too much. And I think that I'm getting flashbacks of what white people do to us. That's what I'm gonna say. I gotta keep it real. I would love for you to push back and have a say. Again, it's a conversation. I'd love for you to push back and have your say as well. So whenever you feel ready to go for it, no.
Yeah, so when I said that I don't remember my bullies, what I meant by that is that I changed schools a few times. So one of the schools literally had 1,500 people. The other school had approximately 800. So I mean, when I tell you that the sheer mass of people, I can't sit and just go through each, I didn't keep it in my psyche to remember every single person. I'm sure if I thought long and hard enough, but I guess as life goes on and you have different life experiences and you start to fill your life with things that really make you happy and at peace, a lot of it blocks out and edges out a lot of negativity. And so that's why I was really concerned with Michael B. Jordan having supposedly or allegedly so many positive things happening in his life, realizing it, and it didn't really seem to edge out the negativity that well. But as far as what you're saying about the way men fight and aggression and all of that, I understand that that word can be a hot button word or difficult for people to. I'm not necessarily all that politically correct, to be honest with you. So I'm not. If something is aggressive, I don't mind calling it aggressive. I do understand that people may weaponize it, and his behavior. And I understand your description of how men fight, but I don't think everything is always a perfect science when it comes to how men aggress one another or how people show aggression. And I think there's levels to it. And I feel like the way he nodded his head and said, "What's up? What's up?" and kept his stance and his eye contact and his face, he looked very irritated or ticked off. And it was aggressive. When you start nodding your head and saying "what's up" to somebody with that pasted grin, that's like that sinister smirk on your face, like you're ready for something or ready for a confrontation, that is aggressive behavior. And I think that he had a moment where something switched in him and he kind of snapped out of it. But I do think for a moment there, he kind of lost himself a bit. I think to JR's point, I don't think she was trying to bootlick with him when she said, "Yeah, in case you guys don't know." I think that she was responding to the fact that before she even started the interview, he took his stance and he was looking at her from the side and giving her, to the audience, what would appear to be a very awkward interaction. So I think her way of addressing that was, okay, well, in case you guys don't know, we do have history. I don't think she was trying to show that they have this camaraderie and they're just best friends. I think she was there to do a job. And I think he started with the strange interaction, and so she addressed it. And for better or worse, I think she did the best she could in the situation to just keep it going, to just keep rolling with it and not really getting sucked in. She addressed what was said. She kept it cordial, but he seemed to be very much on edge. And I do think that there should be a statute of limitations on some offenses that take place in some situations, in the sense of, I think I said in the chat, I gave the example, if I've literally heard men talk about a girl turning down their, check yes or no letter in elementary school. And from that time, it's like, well, chicks ain't ish, because, and I just feel like or my question is, and maybe you can give me some understanding from a male perspective, what will it take for there to be a moderate level of healing on, and maybe I'm being insensitive, and please, if you feel that way, feel free. But
I do.
thank you. I was speaking with Kojo, but I was
Sorry.
asking you from a male perspective, what would it take for certain for some offenses that may seem topical, just maybe in my opinion, to be metabolized properly through the experience? Because I don't think it's healthy to hold on to every single thing. And I'm not saying that men do, I'm hyperbolizing, but to hold on to what appear to be smaller things. Like, can you give me some insight on that? Because I noticed that being a theme offline as well and online.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. So I think in this particular instance, again, I would disagree with the deductions you made about the aggression, because you said about how men line up, and you said I can't hold a line about how all men kind of line up. But the reality is, if you're talking about giving a assertion in terms of someone being aggressive, then it would have to line up with the way that we see body language being aggressive, right? So one of the ways that men show their aggression oftentimes is to square up, right? So someone may be ready for a confrontation doesn't necessarily mean they are being aggressive. They may be ready for something that's coming their way, doesn't necessarily mean they're being aggressive. Like right now, I'm ready for a debate, but I'm not aggressive. I'm ready for a debate. I'm slightly leaned a little bit forward on my chair. I'm ready for the conversation, but I'm not being aggressive. So I think we can separate the two. Someone can be ready for a conversation, but not necessarily aggressive with it, right? I take into account. I can say yes, the nodding of the head is oftentimes can be also as well. It can also be perceived. It can also be nervous energy when you're getting yourself ready for someone that's coming your way. You're bracing yourself. That again isn't aggressive. You're bracing yourself for something, in that aspect. Now, what I would say for this situation that's happened in high school, that someone has said what they've said X, Y, and Z. Has said in high school. Now, the biggest issue would be how we have different viewpoints on his behavior. You're seeing his behavior as being quote unquote aggressive. I'm seeing his behavior as, yo, that's a good response. Because when you see it as a bad response, then you have to ask, is it too much? Is his response too much? Should you have let go the infractions that have happened in your youth? The reality is there are some things that when it happens to you, even when you may feel like you're healed, or maybe we thought you've forgotten it, it can hit you, It can hit you. Now, what would have been a problem is if his reaction was wild to me. If his reaction was wild, then I would have been like, oh, okay, that's way too much. But again, because I don't feel like his behavior was too wild, I don't think he did too much. I think he actually as well tried to keep a distance between himself and a woman, and actually tried to make sure that, listen, hey, like, yo, I'm keeping myself to myself. I don't like you. This is the kind of energy he was giving off. I don't like you. And I think that's a different thing, especially if you start the conversation by saying we went to school together. Yeah, but you're forgetting that we didn't have a good relationship. Don't try to play it for the audience that we have a good relationship, like you forgot what happened when we were growing up, because that's not how we were. And then you go on your own radio show with your friend and you make me the butt of jokes again. So you're rehashing the situation. So it's not just a past situation. You rehashed it once more again on national radio. And then your friends now even come out and double down, which means that you're not even remorseful. You know what I mean? So in that instance, I don't think his response once again was out of bounds. And so adding the statute of limitations for me doesn't make sense, because his behavior for me was not out of bounds. You know what I mean? Like people remember stuff. That is the reality of a human being. There's no way, no, you're going to forget stuff that happened in your youth. You're going to remember it. And if you don't remember it, that's also a trauma. So it again, that's what I'm saying. It's like, no one forgets this stuff, right? So me personally, do I have to have a conversation with all the women or all the men in the past that have bullied me in the past? No. Do I need to be friends with them now? No. You know what I mean? And me personally as well, I may also have an adverse reaction if I'm having to be interviewed by someone who fully went at me during the course of in my youth or whatever, and we never had a conversation about it, I may also have an adverse reaction. I mean, I don't know 100%. I will probably try and fight to make sure that I'm cool, but you have emotional leaks. You know what I'm saying? So to be honest, I don't know how I may react. Getting into an angry fit and fighting, no. Cussing your mama out, no. You know what I mean? But I definitely probably would have some emotional leaks. So I think it's slightly, from what I'm hearing, there's slightly a lack of grace for him to have any type of reaction to what someone has done to him in the past. I think that's what I'm hearing. And that's why I went to the original point earlier on by saying sometimes people go through traumatic experiences. Oh, who's calling me, man? Sorry. Apologies, guys. Sometimes people go through traumatic experiences, and when they go through those things, they can't give grace to other people, because that's what it sounded like to me. But I could be projecting, I could be, deducting too soon and too early. But that's what it sounded like to me at this moment. It's like it's almost as if like you've gone through bullying, but then instead of actually empathizing with him, you've said, well, I've got over it, so you have to get over it too. And it's like, that's not how it works. Some people take a little bit of a time, some people last a little bit longer. But so long as your response to that situation was not out of bounds, we're in good stead. You know what I mean? I think, again, saying that someone was angry in this moment, again, I think it's a false labeling of somebody's energy in this particular situation, because I didn't see anger there. I might have saw some hurt. I might have saw some uncomfortability. I saw maybe some nervousness, some anxiousness. I felt some some trepidation a little bit. That's what I sensed, all in a bundle of different emotions. And maybe there was a little bit of anger, but say he was angry, no, I didn't see that angry there. So again, and that's why I pinpointed earlier on about the point about, I've gone away from what you actually were asking. So let me stick there and leave it there, because that's what you asked me. I personally don't think that his response was a bad one. So I can't say, is there a need to almost forget what's happened? We all have our things in the past that get at us, and it comes back round. Gigi, go next, and I'll get some of the boys to reply, and then I'll get Nena back on again. Go for it, Gigi.
I don't know. I feel like you've already stated most of the things that I originally stated. I said I didn't think it was anger. I really think he was uncomfortable. I think it was I think he was nervous. I think he was uncomfortable. His body language, I very much study body language, and I do have a degree in psychology, so I'm very good with reading people and their body language. And I did not see any aggression in his body language at all. He was not looking straight at her. When men are going to be confrontational and they're ready to attack, they're going to make eye contact. They're going to change their body stance where they're going to be more in front of you. He didn't change his body stance and get in front of her, per se. He was still on the side of her. That's not aggression from men. It is just not far as body language. And the way he placed his hands, them being crossed, it was more of being defensive and guarded, but it wasn't aggression. So just labeling aggression, it's not a good thing, especially as a Black man. I mean, like I said, that's the same thing I said pretty much earlier. I think we have to show him some grace, because he is human, and clearly there's trauma there. I think all of us have probably been bullied at some point in life. I mean, in school, whether it was middle school or high school or junior high, we've all been there. I mean, I've been there. I think it was probably junior high for me when I was bullied. Did I get over it? Yes. Did I heal from it? Yes. But I have to be honest. If I saw or came across maybe one or the two girls that tried to bully me in junior high, I would probably feel away also. I mean, it's just human to have that reaction, because it takes you back to a place of where you may have felt vulnerable or afraid, different feelings people have when they're bullied. I know for me as a young adult, being bullied made me be more aggressive. you know. And then when I healed past that, I was no longer aggressive. But yeah, when I got to high school, I was aggressive. And that came from the bullying from junior high, making sure that it wasn't going to happen again, you know. But once I was able to identify that was causing that aggression, I was able to self-correct, you know. But a lot of people don't get there. So that's why I feel like I can show him grace, because even though he's almost 40, you don't still know what type of feelings that rouse up in him, you know, hearing that corny word again. You don't know. So that's why I showed him grace. That's all. That's it, Kojo.
No, I appreciate it. Any of the boys want to go next? Did any of the boys want to add? JR, Corey, did you want to add? JR, go for it.
I'll jump in. So I think he put her on the spot. And listen, there were all eyes on him for this movie premiere, and he is not going to square up to anybody at this moment in time. He's there to promote his movie. I didn't see any aggression whatsoever. I didn't even see a heated exchange. I didn't see a stare down. I didn't see none of that. In fact, when Jonathan Majors came up and he dapped him up and they were laughing and joking too, and he went right back to the interview with her. So I don't think there was this confrontational energy at all. I didn't see that. Maybe I need to see the outtakes, but I didn't see that. I think what there may be, and I think there may be a level of projection as to, sort of like a damned if he doesn't, damned if he doesn't situation. If he had flipped, used some choice words, blanked her and walked past her, not giving her no time of day, cussed her out, then I think we could say, yeah, okay, there's some trauma there, some resentment as to how she treated him and a crew of girls were bullying him. I didn't get that. All I saw was him remember who she was and remind her of what she said. You know, and that embarrassment that she had when she was, oh no, I didn't say that. She knew exactly what he was talking about. You know, and like most people in the comments have acknowledged as well, she went on a podcast and reiterated what she said to him back then. So, you know, just as much as we can analyze his behavior in the situation, we can look at hers too, because she definitely would get an alley-oop from him if he gave her a good interview. That would probably boost her notoriety, because I don't know who she was before this, but that would boost some notoriety, bring some coins in for her, maybe allow her to go and interview other people and stuff in a similar situation. She's probably a blogger already if she's talking about it on podcasts and stuff. But, I think he played it well. If he didn't say anything malicious, in fact, you could argue it was quite self-depreciating, because he spoke about himself. He said, you call me corny, huh? He didn't say, you know what, you was wicked for what you did. Man, do you know how you messed up my childhood? He didn't go into none of that. He spoke about the movie. So I think that over-analysis is on his behavior is somewhat down to projection. Maybe you wanted him to act out a little bit. Maybe if he said anything, it would get you mad or get you heated or agitated. But if we just look at what we saw, it was just a conversation. He didn't Will Smith anyone. He didn't lose it. It was quite composed. Now, in the trailer, that's when you see him acting aggressive, right? We can look at how he is in the movie from the trailer or the little bits we've seen. That's like what I would expect him to look like if I just didn't see the video and I heard the feedback on what he did. He wasn't like that. It's complete opposite. That's my take.
Appreciate you. Kay, did you want to add? And then I'll let Nina go again.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say I'm a bit surprised that we're gaslighting Michael B. Jordan for his experience. Um, he's allowed to react, and I don't feel like he reacted in a bad way, because if he was being malicious, he could have literally walked right past her, not even gave her the time of the day, not gave her the interview. And he also, if he wanted to be really malicious, like, because of who he is and the position that he's in, he could have literally said, like, okay, that girl, I want to make sure that she gets no interviews. Like, if you see her on a red carpet, make sure she can't even access different places. Like, if he was being that salty about the situation, like some people have implied that he was. Um, but to say that he was aggressive is a bit of a reach to me, because I didn't see that. I just seen someone who remembered their experience and let somebody know up front, like, I remember what you said about me, and I'm going to tell you about it. And that's just what it was. So to say that he was aggressive is very much a stretch and a reach, in my opinion.
I hear that. Thank you, Kay. I think also as well. I think if there's no win there's no win here. He takes it off the list, the press list. He's petty. If he walks past her, he's petty. If he decides now he has a conversation with her, but you know what, I'm just gonna do this. He's now aggressive. Like, he can't win no matter what he does. He can't win in this situation. You know, it's. And it reminds me of the conversation we was having about Ready to Love, about the Blake situation with the Morgan thing. It's like, if he stays quiet, he's manipulating. If he talks up, he's been aggressive. If he does this, it's like you can't win for nothing in a situation, almost, in a sense, and it forces you into this particular place. Like, well, what are we going to be able to do in this moment? Then how are we supposed to react? You know what I mean? Like, as I said again, you know, personally, I don't know. I've said what I need to say anyway. But no, do you want to go, and then you want to say something? Go for it.
Yes, it wasn't about him addressing the situation that came off as aggressive, in my opinion. It was the head cocking back saying, "What's up? What's up?" It was his body language. It was the way he was holding his arms. It was the way he was staring at her before the interview even started. That is what came off as aggressive, in my opinion. He could have still addressed the situation. That was not an issue. In my opinion, I feel like he missed a really good teachable moment that could have been cathartic for him. He could have faced the camera and said, "You know what? Done the PSA to all the little boys and little girls that have a dream, to not be deterred from it and to continue putting in hard work, because there may be some people that may look at you and make fun of you and think that, you know, you're corny, but look at where we are now. So keep pushing." That would have been the ultimate flex, in my opinion. Like, this is your night. You have accomplished it. And this person who called you corny is now standing here having to listen to you do a PSA to the boys and girls of America on how to make it. Like, that would have been the ultimate, in my opinion. But people are not perfect. I'm not expecting perfection, but I still do think that the there is another clip that's much shorter that just shows the first snippet of their interaction, and I feel like in that shorter clip you can see more clearly their their um their back and forth. I don't know if it was zoomed in. I don't know what the difference was, but I still feel like his body language and the way he handled it did have some aggression in it, and in my opinion it looked like he was seething on the inside, in my opinion. As far as projection, I mean, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I don't think there's any projection here. I didn't want him to act any kind of way. I don't even really care about Michael B. Jordan, but I still feel like it was what it was. So yeah, I won't continue to beat a dead horse.
That's cool. I hear you. We can actually play the clip. I have the clip again from the very beginning. If you want to play it, and you can kind of make your mind up from here, guys.
So, Shell, we got Michael B. Jordan, the director, and the star of Creed 3. And, you know, we know each other. We go way back all the way to Chad Science in Newark, okay?
The Corny kid, right?
No, I did not say that. Misquoted for sure. No, you did not hear me say Corny. I said we used to make fun of the name. But yeah, he is obviously killing things out here. How is the difference between you actually directing?
I still can't see it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I still can't see it. I still can't see it. Jeffrey, go for it.
Yeah, I can't see either, Kojo. I really can't see any signs of aggression from that video. And I just want to say that just because, let's hypothetically say that there was, in a sense of resentment or past wounds, I think it is a bit unfair to just have a high expectation of somebody to do the right thing, because sometimes it can be tiring to want to do the right thing in the right moment, say the right things, and actually create this PR piece to actually make an example out of somebody that you have a hurtful past to. How many times, let's say in relationships, things don't go the way you want them to go, and then there are people that look for closure with someone that they had an issue with back in the past, and maybe now the way they say something doesn't come across the way that it should be. There's always a better way of saying something in that moment, but if you are still going through it, even a little bit of resentment is going to seep its way through. But even in that one, I didn't see any resentment at all in what he was doing. If anything, he was being petty. But does Michael B. Jordan not have a right to be petty? I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, he could have just simply kept it pushing. But if someone called you corny, and even that terminology is annoying as hell to me, whether it's corny or lame or this guy, he's goofy, or this guy's boring, or this guy's this and this guy's that, like them type of terminologies and words for someone, yeah, it may fuel a fire in people, and sometimes it might manifest itself in the past, but he took it in a way to make a point, making an example out of someone. You're like, you call me corny, right? Almost doing it in a jokey manner to try and say, you know what, I haven't forgotten what you did, but I'm just doing it in a kind of smooth kind of way to let people know that the same person that you called corny is the same person that is now doing big things for himself. So I think a lot of times people expect so much from celebrities. I'm not saying that Michael B. Jordan could have done something different. What I'm saying is that, again, there needs to be a level of grace that is shown, whether it's coming from a man, whether it's coming from a woman. When you have this idea of he should hold himself up to a higher or better standard, we all are human and we all are flawed and we all make mistakes. But again, sometimes certain behaviors can be justified based by how people behave. And again, if she ends up this as a clip to actually make more money out of it, because, oh, see, Michael B. Jordan said this, and like, it's a win-win situation for her in that instance, because now she can make more money from it. So all I'm simply saying is I think people need to learn to embrace, not be so quick to cast blame or cast judgment on someone who clearly has gone through a traumatic experience back in the past. And like I said, everybody at some point, like Coach said, has gone through bullying. Some people still have areas that they got to heal more than other people. Not everybody's walk in life is the same. So we can't hold people to the same standards, because how you will deal with trauma is going to be different based on how other people deal with trauma. So that's all I've got to say about that.
Yeah, and you know what? The more I think about it, the more actually I realize how damaging what this woman did to him as well, because she further enhanced the rhetoric around Corny. Look, if he does a little announcement to the camera and says, "Guys, this is why next time he gonna be calling Corny again." There is literally no win in this situation. Like, do you know what I mean? You hold yourself there. He's doing too much. If he says something to the camera, he's going to be called corny. There's no way you can't turn it. You're going to turn that into a moment where you're going to tell the whole world, guys, this is what you don't do, because in case in future someone comes like, not only are you going to sound corny, it's going to sound arrogant. You know what I mean? It's going to sound like you are arrogant, and it's not going to come up good at all as well. I just think to myself, like watching it again, you know, I think it's one of those moments you meet someone and you know what it is. It's more like, you know what? It's a got you moment. It's like, you know, you said what you said, and you said it not only just back then, but you said it again on the thing on radio. I got you, you know, like you're here in front of me now, and you're did a bit. You know what I'm saying? So what's up? You know, you've been saying what you've been saying. What's up now? What else you got to say? Am I corny again? Like, you know, so to me, you know, this again further enhances again the conversation around Corny, because if he, you know, he can't change it, he can't change that narrative, because if he now becomes assertive in that situation, it's gonna be labeled as being aggressive. It's like you're doing too much. If he insults her, it's gonna be called you're doing too much. If he tries to be, if he tries to anyway and try and embarrass her, it's gonna be too much. You know, he said, wait, you know me? I don't know you. That's gonna be sounding like you petty. You know what I mean? Like you do know her. Like, so there is, again, going back to what I said about the situation, that there's no wins in the situation for him. Estella, go for it.
Hey, I had come up originally to kind of speak to the character of L'Oreal, the interviewer, and I know her from watching Lip Service, like on YouTube and stuff. It's Angela Yu's podcast, and she's a very aggressive type of person. But I was following the conversation where I came in on Jeffrey and Kojo, the things that you all just said. You took the words right out of my mouth. This man is a human, number one. He recognized this woman in the moment. He knew exactly who she was. He had something to say about it because he's a human and he had an experience, a personal experience with this woman, and it probably triggered emotions in him. Now, number two, knowing how things can be in Hollywood when you're at work, this is their job, this is their work. They're both at work right now. They're both being paid money to get a job done. So he had a moment, he had a human moment, and he pivoted in that moment. And the whole body language thing, which I do agree with some of the other ladies up here mentioned, like, I don't really take it as aggressive. I took it as more of a defense mode because he probably in that moment realized, like, let me chill on the, you used to call me corny because right now we're both at work. And let me not do that because you getting your money, I'm getting my money. There's a job to be done here. And he pivoted. And I could clearly see that. I watch a lot of media. I think everyone watches a lot of media, but I didn't see his behavior as aggressive. I wanted to originally speak on L'Oreal having aggressive behavior, and I was in the comments earlier saying like who cares if she called him corny? Because do y'all know who she is? Like she's mad aggressive. She's a New Yorker. I watched the little show that they have their podcast. They talk a lot of trash on there. They talk about a lot of trashy things. And like who cares if she called him corny? But once I started listening to what you all are talking about, and then I watched the clip with him having that moment, and while they're at work, mind you, they are at work. They're both at work. You know, it was kind of like a moment, and I guess it got popularized on social media. So I think he handled himself well. I actually think she handled herself well in that moment because if you do are familiar with her and you do watch that show, like she's mad aggressive. Like the things she talks about, the way she talks to people. Like I don't dislike her, but I don't particularly care for her. But all of those women on that podcast are actually mad aggressive. Like they're all like, I don't know if it's a New York thing or it's just like their personality type and they roll together, but they're very aggressive type of women. So I think they both postured themselves well in that moment. And I mean, I didn't really think it was that deep, but I think he handled himself well. And he was a professional. And I think she actually handled herself well too. Just an observation. That was all.
Kojo,
Huh?
do you mind if I just say something towards what Estella said?
Okay. Yeah.
Because you made the case that that girls like L'Oreal, like they're New Yorkers, right? They talk mad aggressive and stuff like that. It's kind of funny how it comes to certain labels that we put on people. Sometimes I get it. Sometimes there may be a culture that is predominant in certain instances where you see certain behavioral traits with people. So you say New Yorkers are aggressive, or Southerners, they might talk with a little bit of slang. But I think sometimes people underestimate the damage that you put on labels. And when you label somebody corny, right, there's a negative connotation behind that word corny. That means you're not a cool person. That means you're boring. that means you don't come across as somebody with high status in that kind of way. And people don't, and even at a young age, people underestimate how damaging certain terminologies you use when you use that word, because yes, it's down to the person to do that healing to overcome how people perceive you, but that is not something that someone else can tell somebody else to do. You can't tell someone, oh, just get over it, suck it up, get over it. Words just mean, nah. They say that life and death is in the power of the tongue. That's why you've got to be careful with your words, and how you say things towards people can have a massive impact on how people see themselves. How many times have you got triggered by something that your parents have said? They take out their frustrations on you. Next thing you know, you're upset based by something that they say about you, and then you project that pain and hurt onto other people. Maybe not in the most constructive of ways, but it happens. How many times maybe your friends, have said something to you that have actually hurt the image that you see about yourself, and then you project that onto other people. So the same way, when it comes to this idea of corny or lame or boring, people have to be mindful of the words that they say, because it will ultimately have an impact on somebody else. And like you rightly said, Michael B. Jordan handled himself very well, because he could have potentially decided to go the Will Smith route if he wanted to, but he didn't do that. And now the fact that Choudhury already said that no matter what he does, it's going to be perceived a certain type of way. Any perception that is seen to be negative, especially if it's towards maybe the opposite sex, is going to be seen as a negative, just because he's saying, oh, you used to call me corny, right? So from the eye's point of view, oh, he's being petty. But if roles were reversed, would we be saying exactly the same thing? Would we be telling, oh, nah, he's just joking? So are we going to make excuses? And I don't do the gender thing. I don't do the whole double standards in regards to right is right and wrong is wrong, irrespective of gender. But it's funny how in this particular scenario, we are having all these high expectations or high standards for somebody who had gone through a traumatic experience when he was young, and is using that moment to make a lightheartedness about the situation, to make a point that, look, I know what you did to me back in the past, but you know what? I'm just going to I'm going to show you that I can actually shine. So it's like a subtle way of doing it. And we all do it at times. We all know someone that did someone dirty, yeah. And then somewhere along the line, maybe they go a different path. We do better. We meet them, and we know we can go off on that. But you know what? We actually take a different route. We actually be intellectual with it. We actually show ourselves to be of a higher standard in the way that we do things. But then what? We call that pettiness? No, I just call that, you know what? I'm just being mature. I'm actually being bigger and better than what you think I used to be. So that's just my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, appreciate that. Johan's gone as well. Okay, cool. Corey, you haven't heard for a little while. Do you want to add quick if you're there? I know you said you were going to go away and come back. I don't know if he's actually there. Okay, he ain't there. Yeah, anyone else want to add something to? Go for it, Kay.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick to Estella, because I'm originally from Brooklyn. So this has nothing to do with being from New York. What's corny to me is in our big age, in our 30s and our 40s, not being able to apologize and being accountable. Because in that moment, when he called her out and said, yeah, the corny kid, she could have said, you know what? I'm so sorry, Michael. I apologize. We were just, being kids. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Like, she could have pivoted that conversation to turn it a different way, because it would have opened doors for her moving forward. But now his idea of her in his mind is always going to be that mean girl or that bully that she was back in the day. But she didn't take the opportunity to do that. And then I actually listened to a portion of the interview that she did, I guess, on her own podcast or channel or whatever. And she actually doubled down on what she said and was even more arrogant, in my opinion, because she was just like, hey, if things were different, I could have been at the Hermes store, implying that if she treated him differently, like, she could have been his girl, which I don't know where she got that idea from, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I just wanted to say that, like, it has nothing to do where she's from. She's not a New Yorker, she's from Jersey. But for me, I'm like, we're at that age where we have to be accountable. If we hurt somebody, I don't care how long ago it was, if they bring it up, there's no harm in getting out of your ego and saying, I am sorry. I did not mean to make you feel that way. And that could have opened even more doors for her. He's in a position to open up those doors for her. For especially from where she came from loving hip hop, to get to the red carpet is a big step, but it could be an even greater step to get out of, I hate to say it, but to get out of urban media and go more mainstream as an interviewer, as a journalist. But everybody's going to remember her from this Michael B. Jordan clip. And I'm pretty sure that's going to leave a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth in certain, like in a certain caliber of Hollywood, I guess you can say, because a lot of people pivoted from BET to now E. But now you're always going to be that girl that Michael B. Jordan called out. And instead of saying, I apologize, you're just like, oh, you're not corny anymore. So you made it worse. So, and then for, I think Nana had said that he could have used that opportunity to say, hey, this boys and girls, if you follow your dreams, this is what's going to happen. He's a human being. Like, he's a normal person beyond just his career. Like, we can't always be on script. And I think in that moment, he was just himself. He was that guy from North. So it's just like, we, as somebody said before, we have to give grace. And I appreciate everything Jeffrey said, because Jeffrey for president, he was on point. So that's all I have to say in regards to that.
Apologies. So she doubles down. What makes it worse is that she doubles down on this interview, and doesn't even take the opportunity to, like, you know what, my bad. You know what, I shouldn't have been calling you that in youth. You know what I mean? I've grown, I've matured, and I appreciate the fact we're here. Would have been quick, easy apology and move forward. But like you said, her pride was so huge that no, she ain't gonna do that. And the reason why she ain't gonna do that is because she actually doesn't believe he's any different from when he was a kid. She still thinks he's corny, which is why I said that if you glow up, you can't grow up for other people because they don't give a hoots. They still think you are the same person when you were a kid. And I think what you kind of touched on was quite interesting as well, okay? Because I and it was mentioned a little bit earlier on, but one of the things is, like, as well, especially in school dynamics, let's be real, okay? There are some girls in school who are quote unquote popular or pretty, yeah? And let's say you economically on the scale when it comes to popularity aren't necessarily there. What can happen is someone can have a higher esteem of themselves to think that they could have you at any time because you yourself, you're not really anybody. Or maybe he did show some kind of, like loose interest, maybe she saw that he kind of liked her a little bit or whatever, never gave him no play, who knows. But when those dynamics where someone thinks they've got something over you in school, that's probably why she said what she said after about, if I played it right? If I played it right, if I played it differently, then maybe I could have been in Hermes, whatever. That's what she means by that, right? And that, again, is a doubling down of an arrogant attitude. So you haven't matured since high school. So the beef is still beef because you ain't matured since high school. You ain't leaving it alone. All right? You ain't leaving it alone. This situation that she just showed her tail. Now, the problem with this situation is, and I'm going to be very real with you, Michael B. Jordan doesn't hold an image that is to be feared or revered. If she had done this to 50 Cent, I promise you now she would have regretted it. Not because he would have done anything, said anything to her face, but that nigga is petty. Okay? That goon is petty. And he don't mind being called petty. And he will do what he needs to do to make sure he petty and he gonna get you back, right? Doing this to Michael B. Jordan doesn't have an image of reverence. So this ain't gonna cost her job. This is not even gonna get black people behind Michael B. Jordan to come at her. They're not gonna come at Michael. You know what I mean? He doesn't have that type of imagery to make black people almost feel sorry for him and be like, let's get behind Michael B. Jordan and defend him in front of him. Nah, because a lot of people actually think he is corny. So to be honest, when she said what she said, it doesn't. It's like, well, I mean, to be honest, I mean, she ain't lying, but she shouldn't have said it. It's like she shouldn't have said it. So then, no one's going. Her job is safe. If she had done this to someone else, maybe she could have got, there'd have been someone else would have been like, you know what? I can't think of anyone black right now who would probably get that treatment, but you don't get that from Michael B. Jordan. He doesn't give you we're going to get behind him and defend him in a situation against this girl. Her job is going to be safe. You know what I mean? But I agree with you. If it had been someone else, like if that was 50, that nigga will be calling up your job right now, offering references and letting you know that you ain't got a job tomorrow. I'm promising you that for free. And she probably would have apologized. Again, this comes back to school politics and how, I don't want to say school politics, life politics. Some people just don't respect you. I'm telling you now, if this was 50, this would never happen. She would have apologized there and then. Because what he's about to bring to your door, even me, I'll apologize. I don't need what 50's got. That's one goon I don't want to. I don't want to. If anybody want to have a beef with in life, it's not that guy. That guy is super Perry. He's so Perry. He will even try and shut down my YouTube. As small as it is, he will try and shut it down. I don't want to fight with that guy. That guy's petty. You know what I mean? Guys at 50 are a different breed. So yeah. But it'd be like that. Anyway, Johan, you haven't spoke yet, and then Estella, if you want to say something, I think you're ready to go for it. Johan, go for it.
Hey man, how's it going?
Go smooth, bro.
Yeah, the conversation is great. This is a great conversation. I actually didn't know about this, so I had to watch the video, do my homeworks, and really inform myself on what was going on before I can come on live. But I just want to piggyback on what Kay was saying, because I think she's right on that as far as everything she said. I don't remember exactly every single point she made, but I was agreeing with everything she made. Every point she made at that time. But what I was just gonna say is, for us black men, black women, what you need to understand is, like, we don't all show up the same way. And when we go through trauma in our earlier years of our life, sometimes we don't forget it. Especially if this young woman is in the media. Michael B. Jordan is in the media as well. He's been doing a media tour on most black platforms. He was on $1 million worth of game. I would have never thought about him being on there. But he's going on platforms where he generally wouldn't go on, because this is his movie. And he's expecting some form of support from the black community. So speaking to her was maybe already something that he didn't want to do, and he was going out of his way to be polite and stay professional. And when she brought up the whole high school thing, then that kicks in. I always share my personal experience when I come on your platform, Kojo. I grew up as a PK. I was a pastor kid. And everywhere I was going, when I was going places where people knew who I was, especially even my school, I was not allowed to enjoy secular music, even if the music was just talking about love. Why? Because they would start clowning me and saying, "You're the pastor kid, you need to listen to gospel." To this day, there's people I remember that were making fun of me, right? And if my music taste is A1 to this day, I'm not going to let them appreciate that, because they would not let me appreciate music. Does that mean that I did not heal from that? No, I probably healed from it, but I understand that you may not necessarily have moved on from the space where you were offending me from 15, 10 years ago. So maybe his face and everything that was going on was just a way of him staying on code, protecting himself. And we don't really know how his high school years were, and it could have been very traumatic. So I don't think calling it aggressive was fair, but we also, we all have, the right to show up in a way where we are protecting, our emotional integrity and also our healing process in life. And I think that what we've realized with Michael B. Jordan over his breakup with Lori Harvey is he's a guy that does show his emotion on his face and what he does. So I think that everybody tonight has, made some great points. And I just wanted to share my personal experience that we don't always forget just because we are successful. The trauma stay the same, and the reaction cannot necessarily be controlled in the way that everybody wants it to be controlled or happen. He reacted the way he reacted. He didn't curse her out, but at least he had a conversation with her, and I give him kudos for that.
Estella, go for it, and then I will go.
I just wanted to say to Kay, I in no way was trying to say that New Yorkers are aggressive. I love New Yorkers. I was just mentioning in my explaining of like who L'Oreal was. She happens to be an aggressive personality, and I understand aggressive as like people who would like double down on their points no matter what, like what you all are reiterating and the coach just said. Like she went back in another interview and doubled down, like, yeah, I said it and whatever. However, I didn't really hear it, but she's an aggressive person. And I mentioned her being from, you said she's from New Jersey, but like maybe that's a York thing. I wasn't trying to label New Yorkers as aggressive. I actually really love New Yorkers. And then the last thing I wanted to say was like, thank you for having me up, Coach. I always enjoy all the shows. And I just think that Michael B. Jordan just needs to come on over and let me give him some good luck and he'll be fine. So that's all.
Appreciate it. Go for it. Oh, no, you can go. There might be a little bit of a delay for her. No. Okay. Oh, well, I think she'll come back to us. JR, go for it.
Yeah. I just mentioned in the comments, you know, I think part of the pushback that he's getting is not really down to how he handled himself on the red carpet in that instance. Because like I said, from what we've seen, it wasn't even, I mean, I personally don't think it was bad at all. He didn't cuss her out, didn't call her out her name, didn't blank her. So I think the Lori Harvey breakup plays a huge factor in how Michael B. Jordan is viewed as a person. And, you know, I think the Corny label, even if it is true, it's still a very hurtful, or I won't say hurtful because I don't know if he's, you know, I wouldn't say he's hurt. He didn't strike me as being hurt in that. Obviously, I don't know him, and I didn't see him cry or, you know, say anything afterwards. So, and that's what hurt people do. Hurt people do not know how to handle or control their emotions a lot of the time when they are confronted by someone who has been, you know, putting them in a position where they're not going to feel good about themselves. Motivation is a very powerful thing. Some people get motivated by life experiences. Some people get motivated by the music they hear. Some people get motivated by waking up to a sunlight in the morning. Some people are also motivated by adversity or struggle or things they go through, and they tend to put a lot of work into trying to be successful to overcompensate for how they were viewed when they were younger, right? So saying that, I think he handled it well. If she is known to be, you know, talking about people on podcasts in a way which is quite mean girl spirit, coming for their necks, or, you know, whatever she's doing, if she's got a reputation for doing that, then he probably does know that her reputation supersedes her now. So when he did see her, he probably was like, oh no, here we go. But he gave her an interview, and that's all he needed to do. She got the alley-oop right there. The questions that she asked were about the movie after that small interaction. You know, it was sort of like an icebreaker. So if she's going to profit from the interview, he's going to profit from the interview. It's a win-win. But like you said, he was damned if he does and he's damned if he doesn't. Because that Lori Harvey relationship, you know, they see Lori Harvey as the A side, and he was lucky to be with her. And, you know, all this other rhetoric. That is nothing to do with this particular instance. He wasn't. I haven't seen him go mad about the Laurie Harvey thing either. I haven't seen him express any kind of anger about the way he's been portrayed. He just largely kept himself all about his movies. So let's be real. This is an eligible bachelor with a lot of money and a lot of opportunities out there. I'm sure there are plenty of women who, even if he is corny by most people's description, to many people, he is what they're looking for now. So I don't think we should get carried away and read too much into it. He's not aggressive. He wasn't even defensive. He wasn't disrespectful.
No, I did
So-
not say that.
So, yeah, like the fact of the matter is, he's got opportunities after this, and so does she. He hasn't killed her career. She can still go on a podcast and talk about him or their high school days and still make a lot of money. The main thing that we need to focus on is that in this situation, what could he have done differently to not receive the criticism that he's received, right? We've heard numerous opinions on what could have happened. The fact of the matter is, he showed enough respect for his audience and the actual event to not flip out and wild out. So I think he should be commended for that. Imagine meeting someone that tormented you or cussed you out. Like, you don't have to have good energy towards them. You don't have to necessarily make them pay for it either, but you don't have to be their friend. I think he gave her, you know, a good interview. It's a soundbite. It's gone viral. We're talking about it. She's probably going to talk about it. Many people are going to talk about it. So, you know, can't be mad at her too tough, because that's who she is. So I think if we're going to look at anybody's behavior, you know, have an opinion, but the reality is you have to be in a space where you never judge a book by its cover. Because the moment you do that and the person turns out to be something, then you are going to potentially have egg on your face. And if they choose to let you have it, then so be it.
Appreciate that. No, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go for it.
JR, I just want to thank you so much for enumerating everything that I've been trying to say. Like, you brought it all the way home and you tied it up in one nice neat bow. So I want to say thank you. So I want to start first by saying, yes, the interviewer, I think her name is L'Oreal. No, is that her name? L'Oreal. I do agree that she should have apologized. Now, that I agree with. That would have taken nothing away from her. She, you know, that would have been the stand-up thing to do. I agree. Just to add, I wonder if, and I'm not taking up for her, I'm just looking at the whole interaction. I wonder if she felt like she didn't want to apologize because she felt like she was misquoted, because she said, you're definitely not, she said something to the effect of, that's not what I said, or you're misquoting me, or something like that. But at any rate, I still think that knowing what she did say or what she did do, she should have apologized. I agree. However, I don't feel like he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't, but I think that the way he handled the situation, for better or worse, did come off as him confirming that he's corny, and I'll explain. And this is not my opinion. I'm just talking about the way the way he may appear to some from the outside looking in. As I've said before, as JR mentioned as well, he can have his pick. He's wealthy. He's considered, you know, super attractive by many. He's done all these great things, made all these accomplishments. He's proved all the haters wrong. And he's still on the red carpet
acting butthurt over a comment made in high school. That does read as corny in the sense that, like, you're supposed to wave to the haters and just, like, like, if you want it to come off as not being corny. Like, for example, the other guy that you guys mentioned, what's his name? Sierra's Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson doesn't pay any attention to all the people calling him corny. Like, people wake up, eat breakfast, and call Russell Wilson corny. He pays them in dust. And that's the most uncorny thing to do, because he's reached his pinnacle. He's making his money. He has his family. He's won. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, whoever else you want to mention that has reached whatever pinnacle, it is corny to reach down and start talking about, oh yeah, you called me corny in high school. It's like you've made it and proved them wrong. And JR, you said something that extends my point further. You said people don't have emotional, people don't handle emotion. Hold on, I wrote it down. I can't read my writing. People don't handle emotion or have control when they're confronted by someone that doesn't make them feel good about themselves. And that's the point. Why, after you have made it, are you still allowing, quote unquote, the small people, the haters, the underlings, or the naysayers to have this much control over your emotion? And I think at the core, that's what's reading as corny. Because the expectation is that you have surpassed this. The expectation is that you've done the work, paid the cost to be the boss, and you don't have time for that. So reaching back is almost like, it does come off as petty. It's like the big dog wanting to bite the little dog. It's like, I'm so over this, like I don't have time for this. So I do understand and recognize that people are not going to behave perfectly. He's not going to have perfect reactions. I get all of that. But I think that is what's at the core of what's making him come off that way. And I think the fact that the Manosphere is making this the poster child of, oh yeah, see, this is what women do. I think it's problematic on multiple levels, because for one, I think they always take things too far. And they're turning this into a lesson of, first of all, resilience never comes up in the conversation when we're talking about not getting things that we want. You're not going to win everything. Every girl is not going to like you. Every opportunity is not going to go your way. And it's always like this pity party when there's something that happens in your life that may not go the way you wanted it to. And I'm extending it past this Michael B. Jordan. I'm talking about the Manosphere now, because the way that they push their messages is almost like, well, if that girl, like, how dare that girl not want you? How dare those people not think you were cool? How dare they not give you that opportunity? And it's creating a lot of very ill-adjusted, very angry, very hateful, entitled men that have the power to do a lot of harmful things. And that goes back to the point that JR made, which is, and I'll repeat, people do not handle emotion or have control when they're confronted by someone that doesn't make them feel good about themselves. And then they enact all this hatred and vitriol on every woman that had nothing to do with it, which takes me back to my original question to Kojo, which was, how can we, or what can be done to help metabolize this in a more healthy way? Because if we have a group of men that are being conditioned to continue holding on to everything and to continue to churn, okay, 20 years later, you're still upset about being called corny, and this girl didn't like me, and this girl rejected me, and they're just churning this all into a ball, and they don't know how to properly let go to an extent, or at least come to peace with things to an extent. What is that going to turn into? Because I find, and that's why I say that I wonder about Michael B. Jordan, because I don't really feel like his reaction was completely healthy. based on the situation. Now, I was not there. My disclaimer is I was not there. We only heard a snippet of what was done. My understanding was that she just called him corny. But maybe this was relentless bullying every day. So I will concede and say I don't have all the details and I don't have all the facts. But I do wonder about what place he's in his healing, what place he's in his personal development, because you can achieve all the great things and still be 15-year-old Michael B. Jordan inside. And so maybe that's where he is. And maybe, like JR said, maybe he feels like he's taking a lot of L's in his personal life. And then this is just, even more because I do remember an interview he did a long time ago where he said that was the very reason he never wanted to do a public relationship, was because he did not want the public, weighing in and having all these things to say. So maybe that's weighing on him. I mean, it has to be difficult. But I'll end there. But I do appreciate you, JR, for tying it all up. And I rest my case. Thank you.
And I'm gonna untie all then of what we tied. I'm gonna
Stop
untie
it, Pedro. Stop it. I
think
don't have time. I don't have time.
I'm gonna untie it because you tied. I'm going to untie it again. We are going to untie it again, and then we're going to untie it. We are going to untie it again.
Let's go in peace. No.
Let's leave on the note of untying it again. It needs to be untied again. No, but okay. So to the conversation, I appreciate that. Thank you, and then as well, Angela. Okay, so I think one of the interesting points that you brought up was Russell Wilson doesn't respond. That's a false narrative. He does respond. When the whole situation happened with Future, this goon showed us how uncorny he wasn't going to be by posting up Future and his son in the swimming pool. So he had his way of responding, right? He didn't meet Future face to face, but when he posted the picture of him and Future's son together in the pool, saying all nice things, that was his get back.
That's
right.
A fact.
He had his way. All right. So he had his way. He did that little thing for himself. Also, Russell Wilson. The difference in the Russell Wilson and the Michael B. Jordan situation is there's a slight difference here. First and foremost, Future is not his younger bully. Future met him when he's an adult, fully formed. So if him and Future having a beef and we call Russell Wilson corny, which to be honest, again, only really came about when Sierra dated Russell Wilson. So nobody was calling Russell Wilson corny because we didn't even know about him. we weren't thinking about him in that format. He was a football player. That was it. But only when he came into alignment with Sierra did now the conversation come in between whether Russell Wilson was corny or not. And then he got labeled with corny. At that point, he's a grown-ass man, lived his life fully. This corny title, I don't know if he's been called corny when he was younger or whatever. We don't know because we never had that story. So it's difficult to now put him in the same place, as Michael B. Jordan, because Michael B. Jordan, there's a history there previously of someone bullying you. I think we need to put correct terminology so we can make it hit properly. Somebody bullied him. Not just I was saying you corny, me just mention it on a fly-by night. Oh, you might be a little bit corny. No. We teased you and bullied you, right? About you being corny. And then you go on a podcast years later, decade and a bit later, to embarrass me again. If you put it that way properly, you've come onto another podcast with another woman to come and embarrass me again on the national waves. Right? So now when I see you've initiated the beef again. So I haven't said anything about you. I've left you. I'm doing my own thing. I'm making my movies. But you open your mouth, the large one that you have, to now come and utter words about me again. Why? Because you're in bully mode again. You're in bully mode again. And we have to properly put the label on it so we don't minimize the behavior and call it, she just mentioned it. She didn't just mention it. She was bullying once more again. And the proof in the pudding of how her and her co-hosts are bullies is that your co-host doubled down. And you haven't come out and said, you know what? I disagree with what my co-host is doing. Because I've changed. I'm not like that anymore. You, in the moment when you had an interview with him, doubled down and didn't say, look, my bad, I'm sorry. That was me in a school time. You doubled down. You're a bully. So now we're not dealing with somebody who is just saying it by a fly-by-night. It's not a fly-by-night note. It's not a fly-by conversation. It's not a fly-by-night comment. It's now bullying, which is now linked to what you tried to do to me when I was younger. You're now doing it again, but now on a national format. On a national format, on the radio, you now want to try and initiate bullying on there too. Right? So in this case, no, I can't let this go kind of situation. It's so much more different than Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson doesn't have to deal with this aspect of this history. We don't have the history of him getting called this and that, etc. When he was younger. We don't get that aspect in this aspect. We only get it from the fact that because he dated Sierra after Future. You know what I mean? So I think there's a major difference in that aspect as well. And then I think added to that as well, and he made a point about the Manosphere. You're absolutely right. The Manosphere, I don't agree with all their points. And of course, the Manosphere are duplicitous because they were the ones calling Michael B. Jordan corny. So they can't come out and say anything, and they can't come out and be like, how she called him corny when they were calling him corny. Okay, so I don't rock with them in that particular aspect. They choose and pick whenever they want to win. But I think what's important here is that when Michael B. Jordan's addressing her, he's not addressing her from a Manosphere perspective. He's addressing her from a personal perspective. You know what I mean? You've done this thing to me, right, in the youth, and now you're trying to do it to me again in adulthood. So when I see you on the carpet, yeah, you got me again. You stung me a little bit again. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at you like, yeah, okay, but just know, look what I'm on. Right, and then see how you went now you've moved it now to even how he responded is now being petty. He can't win. So if you're telling me that he should have gone to the camera and said to the camera, listen, kids, you would have said he's petty then, because you've moved the goalpost again once more and now called the behavior even petty, how he responded to her. You'd have moved it again and again and again and again. So now my question is there a bias that you have in this situation to see this in a particular light? And I got asked a question, right? Is how you dealt with your bullying influencing how you see how he should deal with his bullying? Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm going, there was no aggression. Weren't being petty about it. He answered all her questions. Okay. All right. He wasn't rude about it. All right. And he got out when he needs to get out. No disrespect. None of that at all for her. Right? He didn't demean women. He didn't demean her. He didn't call her out on a name. He did none of those things. And so in that moment, he takes it on. You're a little bit buzzed because you're like, rah, like, you're a little bit you might have that nervous energy because like the person's finally in front of you. The person that's done something in the past, done something in the present is now standing right in front of you. And I know for me, when someone's been a little bit mad, and I think I said it on a live sometimes, like, sometimes you feel the jitters. It runs through you, the little bit of anxiousness sometimes, or the energy, nervous energy runs through your body. All right. So sometimes you're like, your body's almost prepped because you're seeing someone that has done something to you. Do you know what I mean? So I think in reality, I think in reality here as well, that's why I said there was no win. Like someone said he could have bypassed the interview. He could have, and would have called. And if it ever came out, it would have been called petty. Why can't you face the person who did this to you? It was 15 years ago, right? Going by what we said about it already, it would have been like, well, it's 15 years ago. Why are you gonna say that she can't interview now? If she now comes on the airwaves and says, well, Michael B. Jordan didn't want me to interview him just because I said about his corny, right? People would have been like, well, why can't you get over it? Because we're minimalizing what words actually mean. You see, in fact, there's also a bias slightly here as well for men, because when women say stuff, it's like we're expected to just take it. It's your man. You should just handle it, right? But when I'm on this live and I say something like women should submit, I get a few women busting out like, what you mean? Women should submit. Da, 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 da. So people can get triggered easily, whether you heard it 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. We've seen on this live right now, you mentioned we had a men panel talking about how women need men. I said women need men, and people were frazzing out. People are like, why do I need to have a man for? Why you got to tell me that for? Are you now being aggressive? You're not. You're reacting because this is something that you've heard, and you keep hearing it. So it's not even 15 years ago, it's today that this thing has happened. You know what I mean? So it's still quite recent for our brother, and it's quite recent. Listen, him reacting the way he did does not prove that he's corny. That's I don't think that's a good proof to say that that means he's corny. If I'm responding to an accusation that someone's saying this to me and saying, "Hey, coach, you corny," and I say to you, "I remember when you called me corny." That's not me being corny. It's me saying, "Hey, I remember when you called me corny," and I'm letting you know that ain't it, because it's a negative scope. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't subscribe to that. I'm letting you know. You know, so I think we should look at it in a perspective of, had this been the other way around, had he been the man that was bullying her in her youth, would have been freaking clapping if she decided to do what he did. Would have been lifting our banners in the sky, saying how amazing that she handled the situation. How can a man bully you when you're 15 and call you, let's say, for instance, this quote unquote said he called her boring and she don't do nothing. And then when he gets in front of her face, he gets on another podcast and calls her boring and did it. Would have called him a misogynist and all sorts of names. And then when she got in front of him, if she then decided, you know what, she's going to be like, I thought you said I was boring. Would have been like, well done, sis. You handled it brilliantly. You let the men know that they can't talk to you anyhow in any way. Proves my point what we said about last time, about when men say something back, they get called sassy. And yet when you can't hold your position, you can't say anything, you can't express that you have emotions. Because when we do at points in time, and it's not for everybody, again, this is a specific conversation, we get locked in. So I just think we need to look from that scope. Go for it, Nana. You want to respond?
I think there's a tad bit of camouflage cap in what you're saying. I do think that women do that all the time. They take things on the chin that are said about them, that are done to them, and they don't retaliate and they don't say anything back. If we're going to talk about well-known figures, we can talk about celebrities. Meg Thee Stallion was made fun of, turned into memes. All these famous people and non-famous people talked about her for years, and she said nothing in retaliation. Lizzo is forever. Well, I won't say nothing, but it was not. While it was happening, she remained silent for a long time about it. As far as Lizzo is forever the butt of a joke. Like whenever someone's looking for a cheap kick or to go viral, they make fun of Lizzo, and she's not constantly doing think pieces and clapbacks about it. Naturi Naughton, who was employed by 50 Cent, turned her into a meme and a caricature and talked about her while she was still on payroll. And she handled it with grace and did not retaliate. So those are just three mainstream examples of how women go through the same thing. Sometimes they've been bullied by their own employers or the people that they have to still show up for and show up side by side with and be gracious, and they handle it, they manage it. So I don't think that this is just a Michael B. Jordan thing and this is he's just dying on this cross. I will say that Michael B. Jordan was the one that brought up being corny on the red carpet. Apparently, I think there was a podcast before that where it was brought up. I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg. Quite honestly, I haven't dug that deep into it. But he had a choice, and he made the choice to bring up, oh, yeah, you called me corny. I mean, when we take actions, we can't control how it's going to be perceived by everyone. He felt the need to bring it up. He did it. Some people are going to perceive it one way. Other people are going to perceive it another. It just is what it is.
So I gave a really good example. Just the other week, we had a live between men panel and men and women. And I simply said women need men, or I see when the men panelists did, and we had women spazzing out. Not all, and not even the majority, but we had some women spazzing out because of what that word, the phrase women need men means. People do react to words and they react to these situations. And it could be years ago. Sometimes we can do a live here and we can do a live, and I'll talk about a situation, and somebody will say, "Do you know what? I'm getting triggered," and this was years ago, and it's from something from their childhood, and I will never minimalize it, because at the end of the day, when things happen to you as a kid, like I said, the adult is not detached from the child. As you grow, and you mature, those things still stay with you until they are addressed and dealt with. And even then, there are still residues of how this impacts you and how you think. So I think that's the point I was making in that. And then choosing Lizzo is really not the best example. Type in Google right now, Lizzo responds, and you'll see that she responds to a lot of haters. And not only that, if you got haters to a point where it drives you to a point where you're almost trying to commit suicide, then it's actually affecting you. So we can't even use Lizzo as an example, because it's affecting her, right? And rightly so, because it's bullying, right? So in the same measure with Meg Thee Stallion, fam, if it's driving you to a point where you almost think about taking your life, and it's taking to a point where you are thinking about your life, it is affecting you. So it's not without response. Just because a person doesn't say anything to the person doesn't mean they're not even internalizing it. So we are affected by these things. We are affected by these moments. We are affected by words in these instances. And so Michael B. Jordan just showed that, hey, this thing still was on his neck. And yes, he brought up the corny comment to her in that moment. He was letting her know, hey, just want to let you know, I heard what you said. I'm bringing it to you. I heard what you said, right? I heard what you said. If someone goes on Charlamagne's podcast and says, Charlamagne, I heard what you said, are we now calling them corny for addressing the fact that they called them something? No, we wouldn't. You know what I mean? Because you've been talking about me, and you need to. But I'm going to address it while I'm here now, right? So in that instance, especially when it's something that is not even a critique, this is not what she was saying was not necessarily even a critique. It was more of a bashing, really, in this instance. And so yeah, that for me is I think not the best kind of example to give. I'll let you go in, and then JR can go after. Go for it.
Kojo, I feel like you're moving the goalpost, because we're not discussing whether or not someone has a right to be affected by words. We're talking about his response given the circumstance, given the time frame, given where he is in life now. And I think that's a major component. The second thing that you switched up on, I would have felt differently if he said, I heard what you said, talking about recently on the podcast, if she said something negative about him. He did not. He said, oh yeah, the one you used to call corny, referencing what happened 20 years ago in high school. That to me comes off as if he's still in that place. Like he still has that very close on his sleeve. That's my point. So I don't know how to reconcile that. I guess we just won't see eye to eye on it. I feel like sometimes there can be arrested development in metabolizing feelings in men, because as we've talked about ad nauseum, men oftentimes don't have ways to really work out how they feel, and I respect that. And in the absence of a way to work it out, it just stays there. And sometimes you can be on day one, even though it's 20 years later. But I do think that it needs to be acknowledged that Michael B. Jordan does not seem to be in a peaceful place with how he feels about this. And I don't think that it is normal, given his level of success and all the life that he's lived since being called corny in high school with a headshot, that he would still be at that, be able to go. Let me ask you, Kojo, if you were a millionaire and you had just directed your first film and you saw a girl that rejected you in high school, would it take you back to that place instantly?
Absolutely. I'm petty. I am so petty.
Well, maybe Michael
I would
B. Jordan is petty.
I would have you come to the door.
Petty.
I would have you come to the door, and then I'll let security see you and be like, yeah, that's the girl. Yeah, send her away. I'm petty.
Okay.
I'm real with you.
Well, maybe
I'm
he's on that
super
type
petty.
of time.
You know what I mean? I'm super petty. I don't think what he did was petty. I think what I'm about to do is 50 Cent petty. I'm about to invite you to the door, have the security guard see you, be like, check your ID. Then be like, oh, she's the one you said that we should invite inside? Yeah, she's the one. Send her away. I'm petty like that. So me, I'm gonna tell you
So
straight.
would you say
I'm
that
not
that would
forgetting.
also be an unhealed place in you, that you have not worked that out and come to a peaceful place?
Oh
If
yeah,
you,
you can say that about me. That's what I'm saying. For me, maybe you can say that for. I'm petty, and
well, that's
that's
how
just
he came off too. Like he had not come to a peaceful place with what happened 20
no.
years
That's
ago,
not the
in my
same.
opinion. In my
That
opinion.
is not the same. That is not the same. Me, I'm punishing you. He's not punishing her. Me personally, if you come with me to the interview, I would have mentioned more. I went, wait, are you really trying to sit there and trying to interview me when you said what you said? I would have gone deeper. Because me, I'm petty. I'm gonna be real with you. I would have done a 50. So that's what I would have done. What he did, he actually went through the interview. He just simply mentioned it, and then he moved on and answered the questions that went on. But me personally, I'm petty. I'm gonna tell you straight. I want to win. I like to win. I like to see that I'm winning, and I like to have the toxicity with it. I'm just real with you. So me, I will say, oh, come, let's have this interview. Are you forgetting that you said what you said? Oh, you forgot that. I ain't forgotten, no. I ain't forgotten. You thought you was big when I'm going to try and embarrass you. This is just my reality. You know what I mean? So for me, you can say, maybe you can say to me, I'm unhealed. And I'll go, well, you're probably right. I'm not unhealed. I'm unhealed. I haven't chosen a better path to go down. But that's not what we saw with Michael B. Jordan.
That's what I
Not
think.
even close. That's not even close. They're not
You
even
know
the
what?
same league.
You know what, man? To be honest with you, I think that sometimes that high road does not always have to be taken. It doesn't, because sometimes when you take the high road every single time, it's allowing that person who you're taking the high road for to excuse their behavior, to say, okay, I can do it again. I can say what I said again, and I have to disagree politely and respectfully disagree with the fact that Michael B. Jordan is not in a healed place. This man is out here making moves. He hasn't stopped moving since The Wire. So he's been out here in a major way. So if he was held back, then you will see some of that in his life, in his career. So I don't think that's a thing. I think he just acknowledged the fact that, hey, I have a memory. You did this back in the day, and I just want you to know that, hey, I got a good memory. And then he just left from there. So it's okay to do that. But the whole thing about, hey, he could have just ignored, everyone always has that opinion, especially when it comes to men. Like, men cannot seek smoke when it comes back and forth between a woman and a man. Now, I'm not saying a man sit here and just belittle a woman to talk down to a woman or, go in on her. I'm not saying that at all. But for what he did, it was very light to what, like Ojo said, what he would possibly do in that situation, or even me. Because, I mean, the thing about it, my words may sting a little bit, but it's not like me putting hands on you or something like that. And I think we got to get out of that. I think we got to get from that whole, that's a woman you're talking to. Be respectful. I'm going to be respectful, but are you addressing how she's coming at me now? Because there needs to be mutual respect there. And without that mutual respect, I don't have to take the high road. I really don't. You show me you're not capable of doing that, so I got to do it. For why? For why? No, nah. So that's my 2 cents on that. I just feel that Michael B. Jordan, out of all of the interviews he's had, he hasn't shown any hurt to me. And I'm a fan of his, so I watch his interviews. His interactions with Lupita has always been respectful. She asked that man to do push-ups, he's doing them. He's playful, he's energetic, he's very respectful to women. Tessa, from his co-star on the movie, he's always been respectful to her. Any interaction with women, he's always been respectful. But this one time, when he just mentions a situation that happened back in the day, then he's unhealed. So I just, like I said, respectfully, I just disagree with that.
Hey, I'm just saying, I hear you. I'm saying, and look, I think from my perspective too, I think taking the high road sometimes is manipulation too. Because let me tell you this now, I'm gonna employ the Bible tactic sometimes too. Heap hot coals on you by being polite to you and being nice to you. But really, it's manipulation. I really don't like you. And I'm not doing it from a place of love. I'm doing it from a place of the fact that I want you to feel some burn that he showed me love in this moment. Sometimes it's manipulation. It's really not me taking the high road. I'm taking the high road to burn you. It's like, do you know what I mean? So even taking a high road can look like it's something, but it actually isn't that. I personally don't think, he had a negative reaction in this instance, in this instance as well. So I mean, MBJ, I think, handled it quite well. Some of us would handle it. I'm telling you, I would handle it so badly. Y'all don't know, but I'm gonna let you know that I remember you. And I remember what you said, because I'm paying like that. You know what I
And
mean?
see,
Before you go, Corey, sorry.
go
Okay,
ahead. I'm sorry.
go, Corey, then JR.
It's very,
No,
very,
go for it.
very, very, very brief, very brief. So you notice that, you know, I think what he did and how he said it has a little bit to do with the fact that you're out here telling people you know me, but you're not telling them how you know me. You're not telling them our interactions. We're gonna put a stop to that. Let me make sure I set the record straight. You know me because of how you treated me back then. So you don't go out here telling people, oh, I went to high school with Michael B. Jordan in a positive way as if you got an in with me. You don't. We're not cool. We're not friends. We never have been. We never will be. Let's get that straight right now. He got all of that across by saying those few words and kept it moving.
Go for it, JR.
Yeah, like, so I mean, we can't look at how he handled it and then go off and say, look, like that was aggressive, and we need to nip that in the bud, because it wasn't that. It would have been handled a lot differently by people who have less control, less of a standing, right? So that was my point before. Look, at the end of the day, you can be strong and silent as a man if you want, but what that does is it encourages the person to keep coming at you. He's not, like, she was saying these things recently on a podcast. It wasn't back in childhood like that she stopped saying it, and now she thinks he's a cool guy and she's talking him up and singing his praises about you know, how positive he is and how much of the moves he's made in his career. She wasn't doing that. She's on the podcast reiterating the same rhetoric from all those years back. So the person who really hasn't grown in this situation is the interviewer, because that's her claim to fame right now. Like, because I didn't know who she was before this. I'm not saying I needed to, but just never even knew who she was, right? Michael B. Jordan didn't fumble the bag. This is what we need to understand here. If he had flipped out and wilded out in any way, shape, or form, being a black man, it would have been an opportunity for people to tear him down and he ain't making no money again, or sensationalize it across the newspapers, or, you know, go off on him for how he disrespected her and this, that, the other. We've seen none of that, because he didn't fumble the bag, because people are still going to go and watch the movie. People are still interested in hiring him for future movies. All right. So that's the facts. So the projection and the analogies to Lizzo and what, listen, Lizzo is as sensitive and snowflake as they come. Why? Because if anybody says anything about her, she really gets emotional, hits the record button, and starts talking about it over and over again. Every single thing that she hears. All right. She wants to show the people, show the haters. She's got a point to prove against them. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. You know? So that wasn't a good analogy, in my opinion. Listen, the guy's out here doing positive things. He's focused on his career. He's trying to make money. Like I said, she was there to interview him. So in a weird twist of fate, the same guy that she was dissing in high school, or she was part of the collective or the crew that was being mean to him, now she's eating crow. She's eating some humble pie because she's interviewing him. She could have apologized. She could have took that moment as to say, look, like, I remember how we did you in high school. We was wrong for that. Look at what you've done for yourself now. She could have said that, but she didn't, because that's the furthest thing from her mind. All she wanted to do was, like Corey said, and like I said earlier, kind of butt kiss her way into a, you know, try and schmooze. Yeah, we go way back, you know, back to high school and trying to make it seem like it was a friendship, or you were in a clique together and you just grew apart over the years, or create some narrative like that. No, it wasn't. You was hazing him or cussing him out and teasing him. You know, he looked weird. He looked corny. He's not doing what all the other guys do. He ain't doing what all the thugs do. He ain't playing ball. He's not a jock. You know, that was probably what they were doing. That's the connotation I took from it. I don't think he necessarily holds on to it, because I haven't seen any examples of him referring to his school years being particularly bad, or being particularly something that drives him to this day. He's kept it quite internal. That's what I'm saying. So this little clapback that he gave her, it could have been worse. Like, I'm sorry, we all know this. There are plenty of short-tempered brothers out here, or people that are so pompous that you have to come at them with respect. He didn't even drop it like that. He gave her an interview, which is more than enough for her to go and make her money from. He didn't spoil it for him or her. So let's call it what it is. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of his acting career. It's not the end of his world. It's not the end of her world. She's probably going to go on the podcast that she has on one of her cohorts, and she's probably going to make reference to it again at some point, and it's going to increase her viewership. So ultimately, he probably did her a favor by keeping it as polite as he did, and both of them can move on now. She might not get the chance to interview him again. She might not want to, but he's going to continue to make movies and make money regardless.
Yeah, and do you know what I wanted to say? One last thing. I think also as well, because of I mentioned 50 earlier on for a reason, right? Because it's given very much school politics. You know, like in school when you're in the classroom, the teacher gives the bad kid 2 or 3 more chances to get it right compared to the good kid. The good kid gets 1 chance. If you do bad, you're out of the classroom. Bad kid gets 2 or 3 more chances because they know he's bad, right? In this situation with Michael B. Jordan, right? If someone else like 50 gets a situation, right, and he cusses her out, we don't have a conversation about this. Everyone will be like, well, 50, you know how 50 is, so kind of get on with it, right? We'll not have a conversation. He said, oh, you know what? You got that yellow hair on your head, doesn't even look good, blah, blah, blah. You try to say something to me back in my past. Nobody calls him corny. No one calls, we might at best, you might even call him petty. But even then, you'd probably limit how much you say about 50, right? Because it's expected that 50 handles things in a very rough way, and that's okay. But when you are the good kid, quote unquote, the good kid, the moment you don't do something that is quote unquote considered to be good, they quickly label you. It happens in school the same way. When you're the good kid in the class and you start talking the one time, you're out the class. And yet the person next to you who talks 5, 6, 7, 8 times and even talks over you is still in the class until he or she does something really, really bad, and then they're out of the class. And it's very much giving that same energy here that we're holding Michael B. Jordan to his higher standard because he's quote unquote got a good image or a good reputation that he can't even do anything. Like, oh my God, like if he does this, it's a mad thing. But if it was 50, we'd be like, well, you already knew what it was. It's 50, so he gonna cuss you about your hair and everything else. And he's got a body language like what? We wouldn't even say he's aggressive. He'd have to say, let's say he had the same stance. We wouldn't even call him aggressive. Be like, that's 50 for you. You know what 50 is like. It would have never happened. Go for it, David. You want to add?
Yeah, actually, you touched on some things I'm familiar with. So one thing that I think we need to respect is that men have self-esteem also. And one thing I don't like, you hear this a lot, especially when, in my humble opinion, a lot of women like to, I think, be overly critical towards men is to go towards the psychology, like, oh, he needs help, he needs therapy. And that's kind of how this kind of reverberates a little bit. And it's for something so small, like you're saying, it takes very little for a person that has a pretty good image. But there's a lot of other things that are going on here. You've got her hypocrisy, which I don't think she's called out on. You know, if you disrespected someone in high school, so what? So what if he remembers? So what if it affected him? He's not obligated to be silent. And she did have an opportunity to own up to it, and which is another thing. This whole movement that's going on now with a lot of men that are fed up. This that Michael Jordan went through, it's kind of like a sample. The celebrities are kind of like setting an example that we're kind of flowing with, and so you have a lot of this frustration from a lot of men who, whether it be in high school, college, or even after college, this whole attack on our self-esteem, which has been going on since like the 90s, it's like what Michael B. Jordan did was it gave us a sense of relief. It gave us a sense of relief that we're not sitting up here having to in a way, be silent. Like, oh, don't say anything because then people are going to make it look like you have issues. And that's how it's so bad now with that kind of cynicism from, I'm not trying to just pick on women, but I'm just saying with that kind of reaction from a lot of women is that the idea of even wanting to deal with issues is mocked. It's like, oh yeah, you have a problem, you've got issues. And we don't need to hear that anymore. That was used as a way to be petty, if you will. And I haven't really gotten the full understanding of what happened, but from listening here on the panel, he did the right thing. And I think that people need to be more. I think society at large and a lot of women need to kind of. I've had actually women call me and apologize on 2 different occasions from that kind of BS in high school. It was one woman was Latina because her and her friends were mocking me because I guess when they found out that I was Black, not that I was trying to hide it, but it was a big joke to them. And then another woman called me years later to apologize because of that stuff. Now, usually you would hear white people apologizing to Black people, but I had Black women or a Latina woman and a Black woman apologize to me for mistreating me in high school for the same kind of stuff. And that stuff does affect. And I'll say this, and I'll end it with this. A lot of these women, I would say even Lizzo herself, have probably been affected by things that also happened to them in those days. Not to say that everyone that's overweight has a emotional issue, but let's not rule it out. So, it's not even, you wouldn't even be petty. You were saying you would be petty. No, you know what you're doing. You're holding her accountable and you're maintaining your self-esteem. And that's it.
Appreciate it, David. Facts upon fakes. Okay. Got a new man in the space. We like to see sensible men who can reason. Who can reason. Whether we agree or not, I like that. Go for it now.
I just want to give a little bit of pushback to what David said. I do appreciate him being vulnerable and sharing his experience. And I do appreciate that the women did apologize, unlike the woman on the red carpet. But I do want us to be very, very careful to not make. I do understand that there are women that weaponize telling people to get help, just like there were men that were weaponizing telling women to go get therapy. Like it can be used as an insult. But I want us to be very careful to not throw the baby out with the bathwater and act. Sometimes we do need help. Sometimes we do have issues and they are legitimate. And sometimes we are acting out because of it. So every time therapy or getting help is brought up in a conversation in reference to our behavior, it's not always an insult. And I think that men that are already not as prone to seek out help for emotional issues and psychological issues don't need help distancing themselves from that even more. I think that we need to stay in the direction of normalizing seeking help and it being okay. And I'm not saying that's what you were doing, David, but I'm just saying that because you brought that up. I also want to say this goes back to the different standards that we hold men and women to, even before they're men and women, when they're still boys and girls. Girls are often seen by people as already needing to know everything. And I've said this before, already needing to know everything, have their maturity intact. And there's very little grace given to mistakes that girls make. Whereas boys, it's like boys will be boys. Sometimes boys will be 50-year-old boys. And it's like, well, sometimes he can be, still learning from his mistakes on into life. But in this situation, I've also heard the rhetoric of, oh, well, see, girls need to like the corny guy and see, understand what he would be. How are girls supposed to understand what the quote unquote corny person or the nerdy person is going to become when they're kids? I feel like we don't give enough grace to girls the same as boys, because boys are not checking for the nerdy girls either in grade school. They're not checking for the girls in the retainer and the braces and the Coke bottle glasses. You know, so everyone is going through coming of age stages and ages in life. And I think that if we just look at each other in terms of just being human, being immature, being kids, like some of those things, we may be able to come to a different place with.
Is it possible I
Wait,
could?
hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before you do, sorry. Uh, I hear you. So I do hear you. I think everyone needs a bit of therapy, to be honest. But I think the interesting part here is, if, like, we've been talking for 3 hours, like 2 hours almost, in a sense, doing this open panel, and I think what's interesting in this instance is, I don't think anyone's called for her to go to therapy, and I've not called for Michael B. Jordan to go to therapy. Yeah, I think she's a bully. My first reference was not to say she needs to go to therapy. I didn't think it was that situation. I just think she's a bit of a bully and probably needs to just be checked on it and be like, yo, you're a bit of a bully. Stop doing it. That's it. Right? She thought she had power over Michael B. Jordan and tried to bully him in a situation in the past and in the present. So I think in this situation here, you haven't actually mentioned that she needs to go to therapy, but you've been extending the conversation on Michael B. Jordan based on the fact that he didn't even respond in like you deducted that he's reacted in an aggressive manner. He's been been aggressive with the way that his head tilts and everything like that. And then you suggested by the fact that because he's been touched by the conversation, he needs to go to therapy. But you never mentioned anything about her bullying and what she done and how she should go to therapy. That's an unequal balance of weight. I don't even mind if you said both of them would have a different conversation, but you solely focused on Michael B. Jordan. And that's why I said to you in the beginning, are you sure that what you experienced from bullying is not now tampering now? Because you're not holding both accountable here. One was the aggressor who was aggressing against Michael B. Jordan, and yet you're saying that he needs the therapy for the way he reacted, but she doesn't need therapy for. I'm not saying that you said she doesn't need it, but you haven't said that, right? So for me, that's a bit odd, and I guess maybe that kind of screams that you might have an angle, in that particular aspect. And I understand you're addressing as well as a general consensus, but none of us on this panel have even said women need to date corny guys. I've not said it. JR ain't said it. Corey ain't said it. David ain't said it. Sean ain't said it. So I'm guessing you're addressing the wider manosphere. So that's fair if you're saying that. But none of us have said you need to date the corny guy. We're not saying that. Because the very people who are saying that, we're not even aligning ourselves with. So the people that you need to be focused on are the people who are sensible men. We're not asking you to date the corny guy. Because I'm not asking the guys to date the girls that are not that you felt weren't great in your youth. I'm not asking you to marry those people either. So my thing is that you didn't actually you've kept on banging on about Michael B. Jordan needing some help and maybe looking at therapy and maybe he's got anger issues and da-da-da-da-da. And yet the person who's aggressing, not one word has been said about that person. And again, I'm just saying that part because that was said. David, keep it short because I need to get Corey and JR first before I can get you back in. But yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I wanted to, about the therapy. It is not a good idea to jump towards saying that someone needs therapy, unless you're a therapist or unless you're like an expert in that. You kind of took my other point too. So you made your point on that. And here's a third thing, and corny is really relative. So it's the derision of people who are considered corny that is the issue, not choosing to date them or to not date them in high school.
Oh, did we lose David?
No, you said to keep it short, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, you kept it real short. Oh, my bad, bro. I appreciate you. Sorry.
I mean, were my points clear? Because I can clarify.
It was. It was just
okay.
I thought you had more. My bad, bro.
Nah.
My bad. I respect that. Thank you very much. Corey, go for it. And then I think JR was gonna go. I think it was. Or no, Kay was gonna go. Sorry, Corey, go for it.
Yeah. So I think that what I really wanted to point out is the fact that not even necessarily this situation, but just any situation. I think there is a space to say, okay, if someone needs therapy, and then there's a space to say, okay, this person's being human. Human reactions still exist. So not everything needs a diagnosis. So if I have a reaction, if someone stumps on my toe and I grit my teeth and I'm angry about that, I don't have issues. My foot hurts. So because my foot hurts, it's another reaction that comes out. Another thing I want to talk about is we need to start looking at things really on a spectrum, like as far as how bad something is versus how bad it could have been. Now I'm gonna take the gloves off when I say this, and I don't say this to be disrespectful. I'm just putting something in your mind to say this is something that could have happened. What Michael B. Jordan did, we think is, some of us here think it was light work. It was very light work. Some people feel like he was doing too much. Now look at it from this perspective. He could have talked to this girl, because the girl says she knows him, right? Asked her out on a date, took her on a date, do her dirty, and never call her again. And you guys understand what I'm talking about. Now that would be toxic. That would be dirty. And the reason why he could get away with it, because he's popular. Women love Michael B. Jordan. They're about, I would say, guessing 35-40% of the women in the chat that would holler at Michael B. Jordan if he came knocking on the door, just to be fair. So not to say he doesn't have the game to get that done, but the point that I'm making here is that it's levels to dirt, it's levels to how toxic you can be, how dirty you can be. And what he did in respect to that was very light. That's all I wanted to say.
That's that uber toxic pettiness. Kay, go for it. Sorry, it was Kay who was on this. My bad. Go for it, Kay.
Oh Lord, this conversation took a turn, boy. There's so many points that I wanted to make, but one thing I do want to say is this is not the first time Michael B. Jordan has been called corny. I don't know if you guys remember when he was dating Lori, Future called him corny. I think that this could possibly, I'm not trying to say this is what it is, but I think it's possibly a buildup. If you were being called corny when you were in your teenage years, you date a girl, her ex is calling you corny, and then a lot of the world is seeing you as corny because you know how, I hate to say it, but you know how a lot of men feel about Lori Harvey. They feel like she's for the streets. So when a seemingly good guy picks up a girl that people label as for the streets, they're like, oh, he's corny. Like, so I believe it might have been a buildup of all of that. And then you meet the person that probably made your high school experience hell on the red carpet. And then it comes out. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, he is a human being at the end of the day. Also, the topic about the women, because I don't know how this even became a gender thing, like how this became man versus woman. Because as far as to Nana's point, I think she talked about Megan Thee Stallion and Lizzo not responding. We all know that's not true. Even the queen of the hive responds. She may not respond directly to people, but she responds in the music. So you're still acknowledging that someone said something about you, or someone said something about your kids, or someone said something about your husband. So that is a response. Now, to take it to Michael B. Jordan and say that he may need therapy or he has anger or whatever the case may be, that I just think that's a bit extreme. And I'm saying that from a non-biased way because I definitely love Michael B. Jordan. And as Corey was saying, I would be one of those people that would be like, what's up? But beyond that, I just think that people are allowed to feel how they feel. People are allowed to call people out. Like, I really hate when people try to push the narrative of the high road. A person is not always going to take the high road. They're allowed to finally speak up for themselves, because it's like, okay, if you don't speak up for yourself, you're corny. Or if you don't speak up if you speak up for yourself, you're corny. If you don't speak up for yourself, you're a pushover. So that goes into what you were saying, Kojo. You're like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So I feel like regardless of how he could have took this, people would have been talking about it. But I don't even feel like this is a big enough situation, because I feel like the media that's covering this is urban media, like the Shade Room. This hasn't even made it to E! News. This hasn't even made it to like the mainstream Hollywood type of media. So I don't know. I don't even know how this became a manosphere gender war thing, because I really don't even feel like it's that. It's someone, regardless if he's a man or not, it's someone who felt the way about how he was treated. He called it out, and that's just that. That's what I think it is. That's all I have to say on it.
Appreciate it. Okay. Just want to say as well, like in yeah, it's on Black Twitter. Black Twitter is taking that thing. So one thing I will say is, and I think I slightly touched on it earlier on, is like for instance, those who are Manosphere defending now, who are now defending Michael B. Jordan are not defending Michael B. Jordan because it's wrong to call Michael B. Jordan corny. They're defending Michael B. Jordan because women are calling him corny, and Manosphere people will stand up for other men if it means hitting on other women. I'm just gonna be real with you, right? We're not Manosphere on this side of this YouTube, so this is completely different. But what Manosphere will do is it will literally will back Michael B. Jordan now because it suits the agenda to get at women. That's the only reason why they're defending him, because they were calling him corny not long ago, right? I did a whole video about the way that Manosphere actually went on about Russell Wilson. And I'm telling you now, if women started going on mad thing about Russell Wilson in the same way, they would probably start defending Russell Wilson too, just to prove a point about women. That's why I don't rock with Manosphere that well. I don't really rock with them and Red Pill people because they have their own agenda, which is fine. But that's not what we're having a conversation here about. We're having a conversation here about the fact that in this situation, how somebody has reacted in this moment and how he handled the particular situation. And I think also as well that corny aspect, being called in it, and Future did it. Some black folk of Black Twitter did it. You know what I mean? The women did it. The men did it. It was like almost from every corner. At one point, you're gonna get frustrated. You're gonna say something. So, I mean, the fact that he did what he did, I'm not even mad at him. Sean, go for it. You haven't spoken yet, so go for it.
Listen.
Oh wait, before you go, wait. Sorry, before you go, Sean. Sorry. No. I really appreciate you as well because listen, a different point of view, you're respectful with it, and I appreciate that because always it helps enhance the conversation. This conversation would have been very, very short if Nana wasn't here. I'll be honest with you, because we'd have all agreed and gone the same way. So Nana, appreciate you, and I respect your point of view. Go for it, Sean. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. So listen, there's a couple of things because I happened to see this as I was traveling. And I was sitting here and I was like, I couldn't sit silent. So one thing I think that, and this is the reason why the Manosphere gravitates to it. And I'm not necessarily saying I agree with everything. However, I do understand because this kind of plays into that narrative about how some guys that are the good regular guys just out here grinding, trying to do good for themselves, are not always the popular guys and get made fun of, but then become successful later on. And this isn't just black guys, by the way. You see guys like, Bill Gates and so on and so forth that are geeky and, what have you, but then go on to blow up and do big things. And then now women are interested in them because of the power, the access, the money that they have. So I think that's one aspect at play. And I know I missed a good chunk of that. So you guys might have covered that part for sure. But I think that's a big piece that we just have to talk about, the fact that a lot of times women want the final product, but they're not into, being with some of the guys that, in the beginning are not necessarily the popular guys, right? They may be going through a non-traditional route, just like they made fun of him because he brought headshots to school. Because he was, focused in high school about becoming an actor, right? And then he was in that movie Fruitvale Station, which kind of set the trajectory of his career, but he was still young at that time. So I think it's just ironic, right? And the ultimate part is like, listen, in high school, we can chalk it up to say we all made mistakes, right? We did things that we were immature. And we laughed at people. We, made dumb decisions, right? Because we were young and didn't know any better. However, when you become an adult, we expect you to be accountable, right? We expect you to not double down, right? And, she kind of backed into like, oh yeah, she tried to laugh it off at the fact that she's single now going to Mexico by herself. Meanwhile, Michael B. Jordan is doing big things, right? And I don't think that's the best way to handle that. Like if I would have had more respect for her if she would have just been like, you know, look, at the end of the day, yeah, you know, I said some stupid and sensitive things. I was young and immature. You know, I apologize. And look at us now, right? Look at me interviewing you. So I respect you. I respect everything that you're doing right now, and keep it moving, right? That all of this wouldn't have been a big story. But, you know, she tried to laugh it off. Well, I didn't necessarily say you were corny. You did. Okay, you did say he was corny. You alluded to it. You were making fun of him. You might not have used the words, but we all know what making fun of somebody and thinking that they're not, you know, enough, you know, thinking that they're weird, right? And then for her little friend that was on the radio show with her to try to double down and be like, I was the one that called him corny, right? Because he dates white girls. It's like, yo, y'all need to relax, okay? We don't need the sisterhood coalition coming in to save the day. Like, be accountable. Let L'Oreal sit on the cliff by herself, because she's the one who played a role in making fun of him, and it was enough that he felt it and he remembered it, right? Because those things sit with us. If you were ever made fun of as a child, those things sit and resonate with you, right? And not to mention, people are still finding ways to talk about him in a derogatory manner now. So at a certain point, enough is enough. So that's my thoughts on it. And I came in with all this Lizzo talk. We need to leave Lizzo where Lizzo is, and whatever issues Lizzo got going on, it ain't got nothing to do with Michael B. Jordan. And if she's piping up talking about it, she needs to stay in her lane and worry about herself, because Lizzo and Michael B. Jordan ain't got nothing in common.
Okay. David, you want to say something? Go for it.
You know what? I'm wondering what does corny actually mean now? I mean, it used to mean socially awkward, but that's like a catch-all for just anything that just kind of, again, we're looking at men's self-esteem, and I would say is that the whole idea of the manosphere, that may not be the point here, but men's self-esteem is, let's be honest, you know, darker skinned women used to be dogged out, rejected, and ignored. And it took like a double movement over the past 20 years with supermodels doubling down to change that. I'm not going to sit up here and say anything about a darker skinned woman who clapped back on some ignorant guy that mocked her in high school for being dark skinned. So that's a good example, because we're talking about the self-esteem of the person. So that's what this is really about. It's not about manosphere. It's not about pettiness. It's about the fact that men, especially black men nowadays, I say over the past 10 years, our self-esteem has been under attack by the media. It's constant. It used to be that black men were violent and sex crazed and all the other stuff. But now it's kind of like, we're damned if we do, or we're damned if we don't. If we're not an archetype, we're not, you know, a particular stereotype, then we're socially unacceptable to most of the women out here. That's a self-esteem attack. And so here's what Michael B. Jordan, because I just saw the video and I got a better sense of it. He maintained that respect for our self-esteem. And that is more important, in my humble opinion, than anything else, any point or counterpoint on this. If the self-esteem is disturbed, and let's keep in mind, he's still going to be a target of racism. He's still going to be target of racism in Hollywood. He's still going to have to deal with that, right? And he's taking a very positive approach. I'm not good with remembering actor names, but there was an actor from about 5 or 10 years ago that did a really good string of positive movies about Black history, and he's become the target of these ridiculous accusations, and he's lost his position. He's no longer having the influence that he had to really promote positive images of Black people in history. So let's keep that in mind. Michael B. Jordan really deserves praise for how he handled it. And last part, it'll teach a lot of people to think twice before they try to capitalize on that.
Okay. Go for it, Nina.
I have a couple of questions. One, do you think that the manosphere is a men that are not able to get girls in high school or in their childhood seem to, by observation, have a bit of a chip on their shoulder when they glow up. And my question is, do you think that there's a measure of male entitlement to the attention of women that causes them to have this chip on their shoulder, or like an anger or resentment toward the people that didn't want them, even if they didn't bully them? And my next question is, how do you think, or if it does at all, relate to self-esteem? David brought up the topic of self-esteem. How do boys build their self-esteem outside of women?
Shall I
And
respond? Oh, sorry.
no, I guess the rest of the question would be, and if there aren't enough ways to build their self-esteem outside of girls, could that be why the chip on their shoulder is so deep as they get older? Because that was the stronghold.
Hmm.
Is it okay for me to respond? Or? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is not that hard. You had asked twice if women can't provide good examples for their self-esteem. Did I understand that correctly?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You were speaking of who provides good examples for men's self-esteem, and you spoke of women. I presume mothers, for instance. If women can't provide these good examples of self-esteem, who would? Right?
No, I wasn't saying examples. I was asking, well, it was two questions. The first question was, if men weren't able to get girls in their formative years in high school or in their childhood, they tend to grow up, some of them grow up with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. And so I was asking, do you think that that could be related to a sense of entitlement, male entitlement to women's attention, that causes them to have to have a resentment because of not getting that attention? And then the second question was, how do boys build their self-esteem outside of girls?
So the second question, that's easy to answer, and I'm sure every other man here, correct me if I'm wrong, but we get that from men, from fathers, from uncles, and from good examples of leaders and celebrities if we don't have our fathers there. To the first thing, just because you have a chip on your shoulder, that doesn't mean that you're entitled. And secondly, it's not about not getting attention. It's about a healthy balance. When you're growing up, and that's where this whole manosphere thing just keeps coming into this. And I don't mean to bring it into it, but it's just, again, we're talking about self-esteem. See, talking about women's self-esteem has been widely done, and it should be. That's why I brought up the example earlier of darker skinned women being mistreated by our society. So you're never going to hear someone say, hey, she has a chip on her shoulder. Yeah, she probably does. Does that mean that she felt that she should have been entitled? No. I would rightfully say that any woman that was mistreated because of her background should have had a fair chance to date, should have had a fair chance to develop healthy relationships, and should not have felt excluded. Okay? So it's the same thing for men. Why should the men, even if they had a chip on their shoulder, and let's look at how he responded. He didn't respond as if he had a chip on his shoulder. He simply responded because he wanted to maintain his sense of respect. Maintaining your sense of respect is like setting a boundary. This person is an interviewer, and her flippant attitude was disrespectful. So there is no chip on the shoulder. That goes into the psychology of it. Like, it depends on the person. It depends on the circumstance. A lot of the guys that were popular, that did get all the girls, a lot of them turned out to be abusive, womanizers, and so forth. So we got to kind of gauge things proportionally. It's not, we're running too hard to find a way to cause that man who tries to deal with those issues without being violent, without being aggressive, without being retaliatory, to still say, but you got a chip on your shoulder. There's still a problem. You're not going to get a perfect man. I'm not you person. I'm just saying there's no perfect person out there. And so let's gauge how bad or how good the situation is. And I think that would be a good answer.
Any other man want to address that?
I'll go. All right. I do get the point where Nenena says that there is a sense of entitlement amongst some guys. I've seen it personally myself, right? There are some guys who actually think, you know what, I can get any girl I want. It's not true, but it's a self-confidence thing, right? Some of these guys are not necessarily attractive in the girls that they pursue's opinion. And in some cases that emboldens them because they've got less to lose. They already know that they're not the most attractive guy, but because they know that, they're starting from a position of, I've got nothing to lose if I get rejected. Or they're probably used to being rejected, so they don't really care. But on the flip side, you do have the guys who don't necessarily get any self-esteem from the girls that, the girls that they end up dating. Some guys get self-esteem from the things they accomplish in life, the moves they make, the progression, the things they do for themselves, or positions that they end up in because of their hard work or their consistency in pursuing whatever goals they have. But we have to balance it. There's a lot of entitled women out there too, believing that they're entitled to find a certain type of man, or entitled to have the type of lifestyle that they see other people having. So there are sections in both parties who have that sense of entitlement. That is a flaw though, because your sense of entitlement takes you away from the reality of what you actually are able to acquire, or the type of person that you actually are going to meet. All right. So men take rejection differently to how women do, in my opinion. For some men, because they are used to being told no or rejected, or they can't have everything they want, they're more likely to just accept it and move on. There are some women who, when they get rejected, it's a real shot to the system. It's a real blow because of the high ego, inflated sense of self that they have. So let's be real. Not every woman's a queen. Not every man's a king, because there are people on both sides that kind of live in I won't say a warped sense of reality. I would say that they elevate themselves, or they have a sense of efficacy, which is beyond who they actually are. Self-belief is fine, but self-belief and delusion, you have to kind of weigh that up. I don't think that we can necessarily, again, say that Michael B. Jordan is hurt. We haven't said that he's perfect, but we also haven't heard from Lori Harvey or any of the other women he's dated that he's particularly problematic. We haven't heard that. We haven't heard any of them say this guy is unhealed. We haven't seen anybody go on Instagram and Shade Room and do a whole diary about them being abused by this guy. We haven't seen that. So painting these narratives is crazy, because it screams projection. All right. If we just call it for what it is and how we see it, it's simply the case that if he was in high school and there were people that were teasing him or calling him whatever they were calling him, at some point he does have the right to say, well, look at me now. Yeah, you might have thought I was crazy doing what I was doing, but it got me to where I am. If you look at most child actors or child musicians, trust me, they are living in a different schedule in their school week than the cool kids. Most of these kids are sheltered or have to go to auditions or have to be in the studio, or, you know, because their parents are very hard on them to try and get them there in most cases. So they have to take them out of the distractions. And so that ties in with my theory that when it comes to self-esteem, sometimes you can achieve things, and that is the key driver of how you view yourself and how you view the world. You know, if you know that you've won reading contests, or you've placed high up in beauty pageants, or you've excelled in sports, that confidence that you get from those things is something that can't be taken away by someone's words, because you're proving it. You've got accolades coming in. You've got people looking at you and admiring you for what you do. When you try to focus on how other people view you, words can cut deep because opinions can sway, and people can get really jealous, envious, and personal about what it is you're doing. Because sometimes these kids that are cussing you actually wish that they had the support that you had, or had the drive that you had. And they know that they're going to be on the block 10, 15 years from now, while you're out there making your money doing whatever you're doing. So let's just be real. It exists on both sides. It's not just a male entitlement thing. I know there's plenty of women out here that do the same thing. It's not...
Trust me.
Exactly. It's not just a male thing where men just walk around going, yeah, you know what, I can have that girl. Yeah, I can bag that baddie. No, some guys are actually realistic, and they stay within their remit, right? It's not that they're scared to shoot their shot. It's just that they know the level where they are, and they're quite comfortable at that level, and it'll be unrealistic for them to try and get further, aim for something outside of that box.
Go for it, Sean. You want to go?
Yeah, I just I just think it smells of accountability dodging when we play the boomerang game, right? You know, when you call out somebody and then all of a sudden the boomerang is flying right back at you. You know, how about we just call L'Oreal out for what she did, and then also her homegirl as well. You know, like they moved mad, right? And then double down on it later in life. That's what I'm thinking. You know, like I get it that yes, is that a separate issue, or is that another issue where men feel entitled? But I don't get that Michael B. Jordan felt like he was entitled to have L'Oreal be attracted to him. I don't see that. He just wanted to go to high school and be an actor, and he was walking around minding his business whilst his peers were making fun of him because he wasn't the cool cat. So I don't think that was about entitlement, and I don't think the Manosphere is jumping on this. And again, I don't agree with everything that they do, but this has nothing to do with entitlement. It has to do with, you know, the Manosphere is highly focused on calling out women's behavior. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. A lot of times their tactics are extreme, right? So that's what I see. And this is an example of female behavior that happens, not all, but does happen. And Michael B. Jordan is an example of it. You know, but I don't think there's entitlement in it. It's like, hey, listen, ladies, this is when sometimes they're saying you need to choose better. It means like be more conscious of how you are focusing on a certain type of man as your type. Is that always based on that man being the best man, or is it based on superficial things? And then when that man that wasn't the best man blows up, how are y'all treating him? So I think that that's what the message here is. And it's not for us to sit and play this boomerang and now spin it back on men and the patriarchy and this and Lizzo don't need to lose weight, and Lizzo has a right to do whatever she wants to do and she doesn't respond. It's like, come on. Sometimes issues are just isolated to what they are. Let's stay on task. Just like if a woman is calling out men for not being protective, we're going to talk about that. We're going to dive into why Black women are unprotected. We're going to dive into the femicide rates, right? We're going to dive into all those different aspects because they are discussion worthy. Well, this is a discussion worthy topic because it is one that many men have either experienced or have seen, and it's something that needs to be dealt with, right? It's not the biggest problem in the whole Black community, but it is an issue, right? And it is something that does play out in society, and we got to be able to talk about it. We can't just boomerang it back around to men, and now, okay, men need to do better, and men feel like they're entitled to women. Like, come on, at a certain point, like, can we just stay on topic?
Okay, so I think obviously in regards to the question that was posed to us, I think there is some truth. I mean, some men do get entitled. I don't think that's even coming from a place of when you're necessarily being. I don't think entitlement often comes from people who are overlooked, if I'm honest with you. People who have that entitlement issue usually are the ones who have the most access to women because they're so used to having it. How are you going to tell me I can't have it again? For those of us, for those who obviously don't, for usual anyway, from what I've seen anyway, the usual guys who are not getting it don't usually have the feel of entitlement when it comes to women. What they may have is what we see sometimes, which is the whole narrative about what I'm saying about Michael B. Jordan being a case of how come you missed the good guys when you're younger and then want to have us later on when we come back around? And actually, in this case, it was proven to be true in some regard because what is like our good sister was saying on the podcast that she said after was, you know what, if I had played my cards right, I could have got with Michael B. Jordan. It's playing into that trope. You know what I mean? Like, okay, now I've seen that he's no longer corny. He's a decent dude. Now I'm grown up. Yeah, actually, I might look at him. It's joking as she was, but there's some reality to it. So for me, it can put I don't want to say a chip, but I definitely a wound. If you don't, it depends on how bad your childhood was with women. It can create wounds. I think the same wounds that we have. Yeah, I agree. There's some of us who have wounds from what we experienced in our childhood. Some of us try to flex when we get older. Some of us try to show women, play women. We all have not all, but a lot of people have their own different wounds and how that shows up when you get older. So, but entitlement usually comes from a place of like, how dare you not want me when I've had so many. But there are cases, like you said, where there are men who don't necessarily get girls, but are, have entitlement issues. I think the former is much more than the latter in that regards, but people can disagree as well. And then I think building our esteem, absolutely. I think the things that we achieve as men, the things that we build as men becomes part of our esteem. When we start to follow what our role is as men, we build our esteem. Outside of women, when we create, and when we do those things, that builds our esteem. And when you are around other great men and they respect you and they appreciate you and they uplift you, this also builds your esteem. And this is why I said it's important for men to be around men as well, because we have, for instance, some of the way that we humor can be very crude at points, but around us as men, it's just banter. It's just our type of banter, and it doesn't need women in that space. It needs women to be out of that space so that we can banter the way we do. Because sometimes it's crude on each other, sometimes crude about other people. But that's just men being our menful self at points in time. Not all of it is sensible, and I agree. So some of it does need to change, but men need those spaces for themselves to be men, and women too need their space to be women. But I definitely agree what you said, JR. That entitlement is really not just men. Women have the maddest entitlement, just like men. especially if they think they're finer than you. That's where you see their entitlement. How can this ugly nigga play me? Is a form of entitlement, but y'all don't want to count it as that. When you say this ugly nigga played me, how dare he? Because you think you better than him. But anyway, I digress. The question was about the men. But I'm just so I think this is a good conversation. I think it's good conversation, I think, to tap into, because I think it is important for us as men to be able to have these conversations with women as well, and to have it in the most sensible way. So yeah, it was a good question, and a very good question on that. Someone said, who go and tell it? And then I said, who go and tell him? Someone getting in there. Any other added points before we go? Corey, did you want to add something again? I don't know if he's there.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Can I add real quick, Kojo?
Yeah, go for it.
So just so that in the spirit of clearing things up, because this is 2023, and I'm trying to do better and not to stoke too many flames, right? So listen, I don't have anything personal against Lizzo. She can do and be free to do whatever she likes, and she doesn't need my permission to do so. So there's no ill will from me to Lizzo. My mention of her was because I saw it in the chat, and I just didn't want to add other things to cloud the conversation, because sometimes we get other examples and other things which really are not related, and it becomes a sideshow to the real issue. So that is my clear intention of talking about her. Any Lizzo fans out there, if Lizzo herself is actually watching, I stand with you, sis. You are talented. You're great. You're beautiful. Keep doing what you're doing.
Not you addressing the Lizzo situation. I love that disclaimer for yourself, Sean. You're a smart man. He said, listen, they're not going to come and get me. But no, really good conversation. Again, thank you, Nana, for pushing back and giving a different point of view, because it does enhance the conversation as well. And I think this is just a lesson for everybody here as well. It's peaceful, it's respectful, and we can disagree and agree, without it being a case of disrespecting anybody. And I think this has really been a really good, uplifting conversation. And I appreciate you, Nana, as well, for giving a different perspective to keep us, tapping into different areas of conversation. So I appreciate it. Sean, give us a benediction, because we reached 4 hours, and I thought I was going to be here for an hour.
I'll do my level best. You guys had a great discussion, seems like long before I joined, but I think ultimately we need to be comfortable in apologizing, right? And acknowledging when we make mistakes, right? And acknowledging when we discount people, right? And if the biggest thing is, if someone tells us that we've hurt them, don't look for ways to minimize or dismiss their hurt or their pain, whether it's a man or a woman, right? If someone comes to you and expresses to you, hey, listen, you said something about me and it hurt me or it bothered me, own it, right? Own it. Don't dismiss it. Don't sidestep it. Don't tap dance around it, right? The biggest thing sometimes you can do, and you don't know what your words do have power. Your words do have an impact, right? There's that old saying, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That's not true. Words can hurt. Words actually last in many instances, when they're used incorrectly, a lot longer than physical pain, right? The tongue, the Bible talks about the tongue and the power of the tongue. The tongue is like a sword, and it can cut. So be careful with your words. And a lot of times when you use your words incorrectly, your words can come back to bite you, right? And if someone calls you out, for your words, be open to apology. Be always ready for reconciliation, because that is a true sign of someone that is open, that is healing, that is evolved, right? Our defenses often block us and keep us from having healthy relationships, whether they're romantic or platonic ones. So let's keep our defenses down and be open to hearing sometimes from other people and hearing how they've received us. Back to you, Coach.
Thank you very much as well. Much appreciation for the panelists that came on. David, Corey, JR, Sean, Nina, Kay, Gigi, and Estra as well came on as well earlier on. Really did appreciate as well. So yeah, listen, it's been a good conversation, and all you guys and ladies in the chat, you've helped with the conversation. You've kept it respectful. We've had good dialogue. We've disagreed, you know. We've agreed and disagreed. We've had different points. Liz has been mentioned, which means it's an excellent conversation, you know. So listen, we will have more of these type of conversations. But I didn't even realize it was going to be one of those convos 4 hours long. I did not realize at all. But it's been fun. So we'll be back here tomorrow night with the actual open panel. You know, talking about, I guess, breakups. So the women come and have your say about breakups and what your thoughts are as well. We gonna say something, Sean? Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, so Tuesday night about breakups. Wednesday, I think we'll be doing obviously Love and Marriage DC, me and Jay, and then also as well Thursday nights will be Married at First Sight once again as well. And then Friday I'll do a solo Bel Air, and then Saturday we'll have Bel Air again. I think Bel Air. Did we do Saturday? We did Bel Air. We did Saturday Bel Air. We did Sunday. We did Sunday night Bel Air. So Sunday Bel Air.
Sunday. Yeah, I
Did
think we
do
said
Bel Air?
Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday
So Sunday
before
Bel
men's
Air and then
panel.
men's panel. Before men's panel. And then Saturday we can do Sisters before Ready to Love. Well, we might do it Thursday. It's meant to be Thursday. Thursday Sisters, sorry. Thursday Sisters before Man at First Sight. All right. So yes, listen, it's been a good conversation. Shout out to David too for joining us. I want to, you know, we like to see more men in this space, good intellectual men who can reason well. We like to see that. And so we want to encourage the men to keep coming through, okay? Because the ladies have been complaining to me saying I should put on these dating shows with no men around. So men, we need you to come through, okay? All right, quality men is what we're looking for around here, you know what I mean? All right, much appreciation. But you know what I'm going to do? I can't leave you alone without leaving you with a little something, you know what I mean? You know what I'm going to leave you with
I'm
right
leaving
now.
here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
He's from around the way, but I want to let you know also.
She is very gorgeous to me.
Hey, listen, I appreciate you guys. Stay locked and stay loaded. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do, okay? We appreciate you.
You can never make it. You can never, you know you cannot make it.